super angry to super happy. So first thing he tells me is he's crying and he's telling me that he never meant to kill her, that I got to understand it was an accident, he just freaked out, it's his TBI. 2 seconds later, he's laughing and giggling and telling me it was a fun game of whack-a-mole. And then he's threatening to kill me and threatening to kill Taylor if I go to the cops or tell anybody.
During this car ride, I don't know, do you do anything that, is like a precaution for your own safety?
Yes, I continuously make numerous phone calls as well as text to Taylor throughout the trip heading back to Missouri.
Why do you do that?
That way you can ping my phone, the travel from Florida back to Missouri.
Well, that sounds pretty technical, Jimmy. How familiar are you with telecommunications?
I'm not, but this is, back then it was 2015 even. It's like, we've had movies since the 90s that shows you how that they can track your phone.
I'm not talking about movies in the 90s.
And his phone was tracked, and so was Curtis Wright's phone. These investigators found they were in the area of the home when they did this homicide. Wright was just smart to get the deal first. He took a plea for 25 years to flip on him and on Sievers, who prosecutors said had both a financial motive to murder his wife, Teresa, and also a custodial motive. He wanted custody of their 2 daughters. There was some weirdness in the marriage that was going on. Let's bring in our legal analyst guest, attorney Rick Grundy. Rick, I'm watching this guy, and I know from watching this trial and analyzing it years ago, he was the hitman brought in. Curtis Wright was the best friend of Mark Sievers. So, this is a good buddy that was brought in. And Jimmy Ray Rogers is the outsider brought in because he can do this homicide. And I'm watching him thinking, is he like the dopiest hitman ever? The way he's telling the story, thinking that somebody's actually believing what he's saying, I just can't with him. Share with us your thoughts on him and how he managed to get himself into this mess, Rick.
So, Julie, you hit the nail right on the head first swing, because what I wanted to say about this is, based on my experience, a hitman that we think of from the movies, the mob, whatever, is nothing like 90% of the people who end up getting charged for being hitmen. Most people who take on the role of a hitman, their first and biggest quality is that they are idiots. People with enough lack of integrity that they can take a life in exchange for feeling like they're a big man or sought-after individual. Oftentimes, my experience, anywhere from $500 to $5,000 and no more than that. This individual, Mr. Rogers, he fits that first quality to a T, no question about it. And obviously, he's looked at the case that convicted him, and he said, all right, you know this, you know that, you know my cell towers, you know about fingerprints. I'm going to weave that into my lie. Other than obviously now creating a separate dialogue that's also helpful to him, obviously, I don't really know what his motivation would be at this point. What I'd be interested in is, first off, what this attorney needs to do is get through this part and say, well, this has nothing to do with what you said in the prior trial, and the court would have to believe that there's enough credence to what you're saying now to get to a new trial. So let's talk about that aspect of it, because that's the big hill you've got to get over. But on the other side, I'd look into his canteen. I'd see if he has any close people. Does Sievers have money left? Is he shuffling things around? Because, again, this is self-serving to himself. It goes against the guy who's doing 25 years because maybe he thinks that's going to somehow disrupt his potential parole way down the roads. But it's, what I'm hearing is a meaningless exercise.
Yes. Oh, you said that so perfectly, Rick Grundy. Yes, yes, yes. A great insight from you, as always. We've got more to this case to talk about. And, of course, that verdict watch we're on in Cleveland, Ohio. Will there be justice for little Julian Wood? We'll be right back.
I'm going to ask you a lot of intensely personal questions. how do you explain it? The worst crime anyone can imagine. Do you feel like you took the fall for this murder? Tell me in your own words, what happened? Let's get started.
Interview with a Killer. New season premieres Saturday, October 25th. Only on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant. We'll go back to Florida for just a moment for the hammer-killing murder case. First, though, come to your television set. We have something to show you. Just into our newsroom. Brand new mug for Mama Donna Adelson. That's right. This is her fresh mugshot after she's reportedly been transferred to the Lowell's Women's Classification Center in Ocala, Florida. That's about 5 hours away from her home of Miami. That is where female inmates typically go at first in Florida before they're sent to other prisons to stay to serve their sentences. Now, we know Donna's defense team asked for her to serve her sentence near Miami, where hubby Harvey lives. We'll see if that happens. Now, let's go back to Florida for a different case, the case of Mark Sievers. This man was convicted of orchestrating a murder-for-hire plot that took the life of his wife, Dr. Teresa Sievers. His co-defendant, Jimmy Ray Rogers, is on the stand testifying to help him out, and he's saying that Sievers had nothing to do with the conspiracy to kill Teresa.
Do you know how that stuff works?
No, I just know enough common sense that my phone's being tracked.
Okay. So, what utility does pinging cell phone towers serve you? Do you believe it serves you?
Because I'm worried that Wayne's gonna kill me on the car ride back, make me vanish. It's like I'm concerned for my own safety at this point in time.
Okay.
So
I guess help me square that concern versus your rationale for pinging cell phone towers.
because if he kills me, at least they'll know at some point in time why my phone just quit corresponding, essentially pinging off the tower. Somebody will know essentially that what happened to me. As well as by me talking to Taylor constantly, I'm also nervous. My PTSD is going through the roof.
And how does that present, your PTSD going through the roof?
Because
No, I mean,
if you've ever had a
what does
panic,
it look like?
racing thoughts, shaking hands, I don't know, almost like a panic attack.
Okay. Okay. So,
Clammy palms, like I can name off anxiety.
I thought you were just describing me. Okay. So, how long is the car ride back?
16, 17 hours, I don't know.
Okay. Do you make the same amount of stops going back as you did coming to?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
We didn't take any pictures going back. On the way coming down, we took a bunch of pictures with sightseeing. On the way back, we're not. We're not pulling over to take pictures. We're not photographing. We're not having a good time. This isn't a relaxed moment.
Can you make it to Florida and Missouri on a single tank of gas?
No.
So you had to gas up.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember how much gas was around that time?
175, 179. No,
Okay.
yeah. 178, 179 for regular.
Okay.
Yep.
So, as you're corresponding with Taylor on the ride home, are you telling her anything about what happened?
No.
Why?
Well, Wayne's threatening me if I was to tell Taylor, as well as I'm scared to, I don't know, message her and tell her anything. It's like, get her involved in this. I freaked out at this point. And Taylor's telling me that she's got something serious that she needs to tell me when I get home, so I'm worried about what's going on whenever they're back in Missouri. Like, she's got me also worried about what's going on there because how that she's sounding, and she sounds all frantic when I'm speaking with her.
Okay. So, where does this car ride end? Does Wayne take you to his place, or?
No, we go to my house in Cadet, Missouri. Whenever we go to get close, Taylor wanted me to contact her. That way she can meet me at the home because she said there's something that she has to tell me whenever I arrive.
Okay. And Wayne drops you off there. Does he give you any parting thoughts?
Wayne came inside. He came inside the home with me and Taylor.
Did you invite him inside?
He just kind of helped himself inside. As I was getting out of the car, he was like, let me help you with that. And he grabs my cooler, because I got my cooler that I had originally full of water bottles and sandwiches that Taylor had packed for our trip. It's like for the beach, that's later what we put our alcohol in.
Okay.
As we come inside the home, Taylor actually asked Wayne, she said, how's your twin doing? And Wayne told her this fabricated false story about how that we took turns riding Mark's motorcycle up and down the coastline and how that we had this great time.
So, I don't know, is anyone curious about what you're doing home on, what would that be, late Saturday night, early Sunday?
That would have been a day and a half, I think it is, early,
Okay.
by my recollection.
Is anyone curious about that?
Yes, Wayne just told her, his wording was that he got his computer nerd stuff done early, so we made it back sooner than expected.
Okay. And you talked about it a little bit earlier, but how do you feel? What's going through your head?
freaked out. I'm worried for my own safety because what Wayne's telling me, Wayne's also telling me he's killed other people during this car ride. He's telling me about other murders he's been involved in.
How about his demeanor after the car ride? How is he acting? How is he presenting to you?
He's acting joyful and happy like nothing ever happened.
Okay. Does Wayne ever depart your residence and leave you alone at that point?
Yes. After he tells Taylor this false story about us taking turns riding Mark's motorcycle, he whispers in my ear that now I'd be accessory after the fact if I go to the cops. And then he kind of chuckles and then gives me this big smile and wave and, thanks Taylor and leaves. He's in a good, happy, cheerful mood.
Well, from a frying pan to a fire, what does Taylor say to you?
Taylor informed me when I made it home that she was pregnant.
Did you know anything about her being pregnant prior to departing for Florida?
No, sir.
Okay. And is there anything else to add?
All right, so those are some of the very best moments of Jimmy Ray Rogers' testimony. I think the judge is just letting this all come in and then going to make a decision later, perhaps just erring on the side of let it in rather than keep it out. We're going to turn to another case in Florida when we come back after this break, the toxic relationship murder trial. Defendant Daisy Link is set to take the stand.
All right, so Mr. Gomez is telling me that you want to testify, is that correct? Yes, I do. Have you had enough time to speak to him? I have. Okay. And you understand that whatever advice he gives.
That was a little look at the colloquy, and now this is a live look at her in the witness box. You're going to see all of her testimony live next when Court TV Live rolls on.
3.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rollins. Good to be with you on this Wednesday. We're in Miami, Florida this morning. Why? Well, defendant Daisy Link says, let me at him. She took the stand in her own defense. It's happening right now. We're going to watch it all. 30-year-old who made headlines last year for getting pregnant in an odd way in jail is charged with second-degree murder in the death of her on and off again partner. Prosecutors say that Daisy shot Pedro Jimenez in the leg back in June of 2022 before casually walking away. The defense says that Link shot him in self-defense. Let's go into the courtroom and watch and see what Daisy Link has to say.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
I'm Daisy Link.
So, Daisy, you were in a relationship with Pedro Jimenez, correct?
Correct.
And you all worked together for a long time, correct?
Yeah.
You had how many kids together?
2.
What are their names?
Right now, Mia is 9 and Pedro is...
In June of 2022, a month later, 2 months later. What's his birthday?
August 7th.
All right, so I wanna focus on what happened 5 days prior to the shooting first. But before I do, 5 days prior to the shooting when you were injured, what was the status of your relationship with Pedro Jimenez Sr.?
We were off and on, but for the most part, at that moment, we were just in a sense of a nonchalant relationship with each other. Like, we weren't together, but he would come as he wanted to the kids.
Did he live with you?
No.
Okay. So where did he live?
He lived at his mom's house. He had started staying there for about 2 months prior. He started going there a lot when he came home from being over the road.
Do you happen to know the the witness?
Yes, and both sides can have freestanding permission to approach witnesses.
So Daisy, I'm going to show you what's been marked as in evidence as defense exhibit A. Can you tell me what that is?
That's one of his licenses.
One of Pedro's licenses?
Yes. Yes.
You said one of his licenses. There's more than one license?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know if you can see, but a different page of the same exhibit, there are 2 licenses on there, correct?
Correct.
Are both of them Pedro Jimenez's licenses?
Yes.
Do they appear to have the same address on them?
Yes.
Do both of those licenses have the address of his mother's house as his residence?
Yes.
Now, the place where you lived back in 2022, your residence, did you own or rent or lease in that location?
He rented.
Did you have a lease?
Yes.
A written lease?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked for ID as... Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been marked for ID as... well, actually, Judge, at this time, by stipulation of the parties, I remove defense, what's been listed as A5 and A6 into evidence.
Go ahead, Corporal Margaret.
A5 is now defense D, A6 is E.
So I'm showing you Exhibit E. Tell me what that is.
This is the lease that I had for the house.
Now, what period of time does that lease cover?
This is from March of 2021, so that's basically for the following year.
It's a one-year lease?
Yeah, into 2022.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you Exhibit D. Tell me what that is.
This was the new lease.
Beginning when?
This is for the new year, so this was for 2022.
2022 to 2023?
Correct.
So does that lease cover the period of time that fell on June of 2022?
Yes, it's from March 22 to March of 23.
Is Pedro on that lease?
No.
Now that lease is a little bit different in form from the other exhibit that I just showed you, correct?
Correct.
Do you know why that is?
A new owner had bought it, so they had to redraft another contract.
So just so we're clear, Exhibit E is a lease which covers the period March 1st, 2021 through March 1st of 2022. At that time, a different person owned that property, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, that property was sold, and the lease, which covers 2022 to 2023, was prepared by a different person who was the new owner. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was Pedro on that lease?
No, he wasn't.
Only you were on the lease, correct?
Correct.
And the lease stated that your children also lived with you, correct?
Yes.
Now, prior to that, because you lived at the property where you lived in 2022, you had lived there for some time, correct?
Correct.
Around how many years had you lived there?
Roughly, I'm going to say about 4 going on 5 years.
Earlier on, in previous leases, was Pedro on those leases?
Yes.
So there was a time where you all lived together.
Yes.
Okay. But at a certain point, he was removed from the lease.
Yes.
And as you just stated, in 2022, June of 2022, that was not Pedro's residence anymore, correct?
No, correct.
At some point, did you change the locks to that residence?
Yes, I had to.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
He began to break into the house.
Okay. So you changed the locks. I presume he didn't have a key.
No.
All right. So I wanna ask you about 5 days before Pedro died. What happened that day?
How would you want me to start from the beginning?
I guess let's start from the beginning. Beginning of the day. Start from the beginning of the day. What's going on? What are your plans for that day?
I remember I picked him up.
Picked who up?
I picked up Pedro.
All right. Where did you pick him up and around what time, if you remember?
I picked him up at his mom's house. I know he was supposed to be going back to work, driving within the next day. So I picked him up from his mother's house so he could see the kids around 1:30, 2 o'clock, between that window.
All right, you picked him up? Came to your house?
I brought him to the house mainly to speak to my mom. She was really upset with him.
No, wait, hold on a second. I'm not talking about the day he died. I'm talking about 5 days before.
Okay.
Were you mixed up there?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm talking about the pistol whipping day.
That day.
So let's start over.
Okay.
The 5 days before he dies, the day you got hit in the head.
Okay.
Tell me, how does that day start?
I remember I went to go. He was at somebody's house, and he had took my dogs from the day before.
Well, I don't want to. I guess let me put it this way. At some point, are you home and you have guests in your house?
Okay, so yeah.
Okay, around what time was that?
This is roughly, I'm gonna say maybe around 9 or 10. It wasn't too late, and it was late in the evening.
9 or 10 p.m.
Yeah.
All right. Who did you have at your house?
It was me, my cousin David, and 3 of his kids. They were playing with Papa and Mia.
When you say Papa, is that Pedro Jr.?
That's Pedro.
All right. So just so we're clear, at your home on this day at night, you're there. Your cousin David Perez is there. Your 2 kids are there, and David Perez's 3 kids are there. Is that correct?
That is.
So there's 7 people in the home, 5 children, 2 adults.
Yes.
Anybody else?
No, that's
All
it.
right. Was there any special reason for this visit, or just to get together, or what?
It was just hanging out for the kids to play.
Okay. At some point, did somebody else come to your house?
Pedro.
All right, so Pedro were you expecting Pedro to come over?
I wasn't.
All right, so he comes over, and what happens?
Well, initially me and David were sitting in the kitchen, and we were just drinking a couple beers, and we were laughing, having a good time. I know the kids were all in the living room, and they were playing Fortnite. And I just hear a loud bang, kind of like how, like the police will knock on the door. So I opened it, and he was there. He never met my cousin, so he didn't know.
Any questions?
So.
Hold on, sustain. So he's gonna ask another question.
Did Pedro know David? Did Pedro know your cousin David? Had you never met him before?
No, he didn't.
All right. So Pedro arrives. Does he see, as far as you know, does he see David there?
When I opened the door, he seen me and David.
And what happens when he sees that?
There was just a glare from me to David.
Daisy Link talking about her relationship with Pedro. We'll get a break. We'll get you back into the courtroom for more. The defendant on the witness stand. Stay with us. Welcome back to Court TV Live. We're going to head back to Daisy Link on the stand in a minute, but first, a quick look at the other cases we're tracking today. In Ohio, a jury's been deliberating now for almost 4 hours in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial. Must decide, this jury, whether Bianca Ellis was insane when she fatally stabbed a 3-year-old boy and his mother. In Wisconsin, the state has just rested their case in chief for the teen accused of killing a woman who got caught in his gun's crossfire while she was taking out the trash after a cookout. We'll soon find out if Paris Larry takes the stand in his own defense. In New Hampshire, convicted killer Adam Montgomery asking for a new trial after being found guilty of brutally beating to death little Harmony Montgomery. Everybody's cheering that he doesn't get a new trial. Because he was one of the most despicable defendants we've ever had on Court TV. All right, let's go back to Daisy Link. And on the stand, so this is her opportunity to try to convince this jury, even though her on-again, off-again boyfriend was running away when she shot him, that this was self-defense. Let's go back in, pick it up right where we left off on direct.
And what happens when he sees that?
There was just a glare from me to David, back to me, and from there, he pulled out a gun.
Pulled out a gun?
Yeah.
Pedro pulled out a gun, and what did he do after he pulled out the gun?
Initially, he charged at me with the gun, and he hit me once with it, but me and David began to wrestle the gun off of him.
Were you able to take the gun from him?
I did. I did.
When you took it from him, what happened?
From there, I pointed it at him, and I guess our fingers were kind of intertwined. Because if not, I probably would have taken it. He ended up getting it back from me.
Pedro got the gun back?
Yeah.
What if anything did Pedro do once he got the gun back from you?
He pointed it at me, so I ran towards the front door, and I heard a bullet. Well, I heard it dislodge. So
he fired the gun at you?
He fired it at me. I'm not sure where he fired it at, whether it was through the door or through, I'm not sure. But I did hear it go off. So I ran out the door and I fell because the house is elevated. There's steps to go up. So I fell and I hit the ground. And from there...
So I just want to clarify, did you run out one of the doors?
Yes,
to
the front
outside?
door. It started from the back of the house. And from the back of the house is the kitchen. And then there's the living room. And then there's the front door. So
did you trip and fall outside the house or inside the house?
I fell outside.
But what happened after you fell?
From there, he jumped over me, over the ledge.
When you say he, who are you talking about?
Pedro.
Okay, he jumped over?
He jumped over the ledge, and he pinned my arms down with his legs, and he began to bludgeon me with the pistol, with the metal end of the pistol. Okay. And I remember David shouting at him. I remember just getting hit over and over again. And I tried to fight, but he was just too big for me. And after that, I just hear my son screaming. And that's when it stopped, and he ran off.
So your son screamed at his dad?
Yeah.
And then it stopped, and Pedro ran off?
Yeah.
Did you see him again that day?
No.
All right, so he runs off. What do you do at that point?
Me and David attempted to take the kids and go to a hotel in case he decided to come back again. As we left, I had forgot my phone. So I turned back around. I was still right around the corner. but there were already police cars that were on the way. So apparently somebody must have called the police.
Okay. So the police arrived and you, I guess you had to speak with them, and they were there to see you, right? Because somebody had called the police because of what happened to you?
Correct.
All right. Once you're done with the police, however long that took a few hours, I would imagine, right?
It did.
Okay. Once you're done with the police, did you reach out to any other members of your family to let them know what was going on?
No, I just stayed there with David.
Okay. I mean, at some point, did you reach out to your sister, for example?
Yeah, later that night.
All right. Did you send her pictures?
Yeah, after we took them, because I guess I must have been in so much shock that I didn't realize I was covered in blood. I didn't realize they were there.
And just to be clear, showing you Defense Exhibit C and B. Are these the pictures you sent to your sister?
I sent a few more. I had more than one gash on my head.
So you sent her a bunch of pictures, but these are two of the pictures that you sent to your
Yes.
At some point, does your sister come to you? Do you get together with her?
Yeah, Crystal came the next day after I had woke up.
After you woke up?
Yeah, I passed out.
Okay. Tell me about that. When was it that you passed out? Around what time? And for how long?
Well, I stayed up roughly till, I'm gonna say, about 5, maybe 6 in the morning, give or take. And David stayed with me because he was worried that if I fell asleep prior to that, sooner, that I could have a concussion. So I stayed up as long as I could, and then I passed out.
Do you know around how long you were out for?
I woke up maybe around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, but I only woke up because my son was screaming. He thought I was dead.
Okay. So you wake up and then what? Did you get together with Crystal at that point?
From there, Crystal comes to the house, and when she sees my head, she begins to basically get frantic. She wanted me to go to the hospital, and at first I was rebuttaling it, that I'll be fine. But from what she says, it looked pretty bad, that she could see my skull on multiple spots.
Right. So did you go to the hospital at that point?
I went.
All right. So and Crystal, she stayed with your kids so that you can do that, correct?
Correct.
All right.
All right, Daisy Link on the stand, recalling the time she was pistol whipped by Pedro Jimenez, who she shot and killed later, and that's why everybody's there in that courtroom. We'll take a break, but first let's talk to Nicole Brennicke. She's in New York. What do you take away from so far here, Daisy's time on the stand? What stands out?
Good morning. Thank you for having me. So initially, I was thinking that she was not painting any horrific picture of domestic violence that she would need to substantiate her, self-defense case. Later, she started discussing the day of the actual incident and what happened with the gun and the struggle. So that added some, let's say, credibility to her defense strategy. But my main concern is that, it's never a good idea to actually testify on your own behalf, especially in a case like this where, the victim is not available to testify. So it's still the district attorney's job to put that case together. And because there's no victim available to testify, they would have to put that direct case together from circumstantial evidence for the most part. So she did not have to take the stand. She did not have to subject herself to the jury viewing her and assessing her credibility. And, that I'm saying that in addition to the fact that she already has a problem with the general public, let's say, because of the way how she became famous during her detention when she got pregnant with the inmates. So there's already some potential bias. I'm sure everyone on that jury pool heard about that. So there's already some stain on her credibility. And right now she's subjecting herself to potentially more. So if she made that decision together with her defense counsel to testify, then she needs to tread very lightly and be very careful and appear credible and put on a good defense.
Doesn't she sort of, this is a self-defense claim here, and that is when you see defendants take the stand, and she falls into that category, doesn't she?
Well, she does. Obviously, she does. But what I said earlier, she have to. She has to be very careful during the cross-examination because they will be parsing her testimony word by word and asking her follow-up questions. And if she trips up in any way, that can be problematic for her. But at the end of the day, I do agree with you. If there's any case where you can take the stand, that would be one of those cases. So we shall see what the jury decides. At the end of the day, they have to convict beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's still a high standard to satisfy, and maybe she stands a chance here.
Yeah, we'll see. She's got an interesting affect, too. The way she's answering questions almost robotically and calmly. We'll see if that changes on cross. That's the hard part. The easy part's the direct examination. Let's get a break. When we come back, more Daisy Link, in her own words, telling the jury first about a pistol whipping incident. Soon she'll be getting to the shooting of Pedro Jimenez. Stay with us. Welcome back to Court TV Live. We're watching Daisy Link in Miami, Florida, in the toxic relationship murder trial. The 30-year-old Homestead woman is accused of shooting and killing her on-again, off-again partner, Pedro Jimenez, back in June of 2022. She's on the stand, and she's talked about an incident where she was pistol whipped, allegedly, by her boyfriend, Jimenez. We're getting there. The jury's going to have to determine whether they believe her story in terms of what happened when she shot and killed him. Shot him in the leg as he was running away. Let's go back and pick it up right where we left off.
All right, so you go to the hospital. After you're done with the hospital, at some point, do you have contact with Pedro again?
Yeah. Yes.
When is this initial contact? Is it like what, 2 days or a day and a half after after he pistol whipped you, or more than
Like
that?
physical, like in person, this was about, I'm gonna say, the next day, and that was to try to get the dogs back.
Okay. What, if anything, did Pedro tell you when you saw him?
The first time he wasn't giving them up, so I didn't.
Well, I don't want to talk about the dogs. I'm specifically.
Okay.
What if anything, is he telling you in reference to what he just did to you a couple of days before?
So 2 days later, he wanted to talk to me. He was telling me in the messages and stuff how much he loved me and how sorry he was, that he just wanted to come home to be with me because he missed me and he seen me there with some random guy, but that he loved me and he was sorry.
So, first off, why did you agree to be in the same place with the person who had just done that to you?
He was already sober. Like, I wasn't scared of him when he was sober. It was when he was a monster on drugs that I was scared. When he was on drugs, he was a monster.
When he pistol whipped you, as far as you know, was he on drugs?
Yeah.
Objection, hearsay.
Yes, he was.
When you spoke to him after that, a couple days after that, and you said that he apologized to you, he did, as far as you know, he was not on drugs, is that correct?
At that point in time, no, because his parents didn't allow that in their house. So when he would go over there, basically, he was clean.
And can you tell us or explain to us why you wouldn't have just called the police as soon as he did that to you?
I couldn't. That's one, he would have gotten deported. Two, he wasn't allowed to be with the kids at all by himself, or when his mom wasn't around. I would have gotten the kids taken away. And that's the father of my kids. It's not like I didn't love him. I did.
I understand. All right, so he says he's sorry. Did you accept and believe his apology?
I did.
And were you guys okay at that point?
At that point, I took him back home with me.
Okay. Now, when you say you took him back home, what does that mean? Does that mean we're a family again, or does that mean something else?
No.
What does it mean?
That just means that I forgave him.
So you took him back home, and did he stay with you that night?
That night, I picked the kids up from Crystal's house again, and he stayed at the house and he slept with Pedro. For Pedro Jr.
Did Pedro and your daughter, did they have a room together?
Yeah.
Okay. What do they have? Do they have bunk beds?
Yeah.
So he stayed in the room with the bunk beds?
Yeah. And Mia slept with me.
Okay. Okay, so I'm guessing Pedro slept on the bottom bunk and Pedro Jr. slept on the top bunk.
Well, unless he got a top, but no. Yeah.
But Pedro's a big guy, right? So he'd probably be better off on the bottom bunk.
It's pretty big.
Okay, so that was that night. What about the next night? What if any interaction is going on with you and Pedro the following day?
The next day, I remember he took me out to eat with the kids. He took me to Dave and Buster's. He bought me a new ring, this really nice Indian face ring, because he knew I loved those gold Indian face rings. And we had a good time with each other.
All right. And that night, did he stay at your residence?
He did.
Okay. Did he sleep with you, or did he sleep in the bunk beds?
He slept with the kids, but I had sex with him, if that's what you're asking. He slept with me, but didn't sleep with me.
Okay. So you were intimate with him at some point, but he didn't sleep with you through the night?
No. No.
All right. And during these 2 days, where you're spending these 2 days with him, as far as you know, was he using any drugs, getting intoxicated, anything like that?
No.
All right, Daisy Link talking about going to Dave and Buster's with Pedro and sleeping with him that night. She seems honest and she's kind of laid back. Interesting, that's for sure. Let's get a break. We'll get more Daisy Link on the stand, see what she says next and what she specifically is going to say about the incident where she shot and killed Pedro.
I'm going to ask you a lot of intensely personal questions. How do you explain it? The worst crime anyone can imagine. Do you feel like you took the fall for this murder? Tell me in your own words, what happened? Let's get started.
Interview with a Killer. New season premieres Saturday, October 25th. Only on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Let's head back to Miami now. We're watching Daisy Link on the stand for the murder she's accused of her on-again, off-again partner, Pedro Jimenez. She says it's self-defense. She says that she was the victim of abuse for years. Prosecutors say that she's lying, that they both used to combat equally against each other, and in a fit of rage, she shot him while he was running away. Let's go back into the courtroom now. It's direct. Again, this is her lawyer asking her the questions, basically the easy part when you take the stand. Let's go pick it up right where we left off.
So I want to fast forward to June 24th. I want to start at the beginning. Was Pedro come to your house, or did he stay at your house from the night before?
And that day,
This is just so we're clear. This is the day leading up to the early morning hours where he died. Okay.
no, that day, I believe I picked him up from his mom's house because he was working with his semi over there. He had to wash his clothes and get all his stuff ready because the next day he was leaving.
Okay, so he was staying at his mom's house. The address that's on his license.
Correct.
You went to go pick him up over there, I guess, early in the day?
Around like 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, around there.
All right. You pick him up and you go where?
I took him to my house.
To your house. Was there anybody else at your house at that time when you got there?
My mom.
Your mom?
Yes.
Your mom had come down from Texas, right?
Yes.
Why did your mom come down from Texas? You can answer.
She wanted one to get him arrested, which I would not allow. So, after the fact, we agreed to go back together.
To Texas?
To Texas.
Okay. And the plan was for you to finally leave to Texas when?
He was supposed to leave Sunday.
When you say he was supposed to leave, are you talking about Pedro?
Pedro was supposed to leave on Sunday. So
Let me stop you. I'm sorry. You say he was supposed to leave. Are you saying that he was going to leave in his truck to go work?
yes,
So he's going to go on a road trip for work?
he leaves out of town, and I wouldn't see him for sometimes 2 months at a time. So he was getting ready to leave for work. He was an interstate truck driver, and I brought him over to. Well, I'm sorry.
All right. So the plan was once he's gone on the road trip, that's when you're going to move and.
That's when we were gonna move. We were just waiting for him to leave so he wouldn't know.
Okay. All right, so you said that you picked him up at his mother's house, you brought him over, your mom was at your house, your kids were at your house, right?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, does he leave?
Yeah, I'm gonna say around maybe anywhere from like 45 minutes, an hour later.
Okay, how is it that he leaves?
A white van came, and I know Kevin was in there with Kevin Bonilla.
Yeah.
And a couple of his friends were with them, and they came and they picked him up.
So Kevin Bonilla and a couple of Pedro's friends drove over there, and he left with them in their white van, is what you're saying?
Yes, he before he left, he told me later to pick him up.
Pedro told you to pick him up?
Yeah, because he didn't have his car. I know a tree fell on his car at the base that he works at in Orlando. So he currently didn't have his own car.
Did Pedro have a phone at that point?
No, he didn't.
Okay. So he told you to pick him up. Did he tell you when to pick him up?
He just told me later. So for me, I knew later usually would have been if he were to have called me from anybody else's phone, it probably would have been about 3 or 4 in the morning. I'm not picking him up at 3 or 4 in the morning. So I went like around maybe 10 or 11 o'clock.
Okay, so you went to pick him up and you brought him back?
Yeah.
When while you were driving back home after picking him up at Kevin's house,
well, he did have a phone though, but he disconnected it. I just wanted to, so that way, you know.
Pedro disconnected his phone.
He disconnected the phone and he ordered another one, and it hadn't came yet because he threw the phone in the yard, somebody's yard, the night of the bludgeoning. So
after he pistol whipped you, he tossed his phone.
So if the police wouldn't trace, they wouldn't trace it.
Okay. So you pick him up, you're on your way back home. It's around, what, 10 o'clock at night, more or less?
More or less.
Right. On the car ride back, what, if anything, is going on?
Initially, we were supposed to take him back to his mom's house. But once we get to the store, he asked me to take him to get some beer. So I took him. Once he got it, I realized that the keys, we didn't have them. So
Keys to what?
the keys to his mom's house.
Okay, so Pedro left the keys to his mom's house in your house.
Yeah, it was right next to the front door on top of the china cabinet.
Right, so just to be clear, when you went to pick him up at Kevin's house, your plan was to take Pedro to his mother's house?
Yes.
Your plan wasn't to bring him back initially?
No, not initially, no.
Right. But at some point, you realize you don't have his keys and he needs his keys, right?
Correct.
Were his parents out of town or something?
His dad was the only one that lived there. His mom left his dad for a period of time.
Okay.
All right, Daisy Link just talking and talking and talking. Details as well. Nicole Bernecki, now how do you think she's doing? We haven't gotten to the actual incident yet.
I think she's doing pretty well. I do agree with you. Earlier we were discussing, the pros and cons of her testifying. But as I said, if that decision was made, I'm sure it was made with the aid of counsel who considers her capable of doing that. So I think so far she's doing okay. She's presenting a lot of details of this relationship being dysfunctional. There was a lot of tension between them. One day they were fighting, the next day they were lovebirds. So I think this provides a very good context for domestic violence and self-defense so far. I think what they will focus on cross will be the mechanics of the actual shooting. And I'm not sure if, asking her questions about that on cross will be sufficient to put doubts in the jurors' minds. Maybe there will be some forensic expert disclosure regarding the mechanics of the shooting itself. But regarding the details of the relationship, definitely, in my opinion, so far supporting her self-defense theory.
Yeah, I like her story about the mom going to Texas and the white van. Little details she's adding, and she doesn't seem nervous. So she's just like spitting it out and answering every one of these questions with a monotone effect. But we're going to have to hit a break here, but cross is going to be a lot more difficult.
Correct.
Yeah, it always is. That's the problem. You rehearse the direct, and then cross comes, and ooh, it gets tough. Nicole, thank you. Appreciate your time on this Wednesday. When we come back, more from Daisy Link, including exactly what happened during the shooting of her boyfriend. Plus, Adam Montgomery back in court today asking for a new trial after being convicted of beating his 5-year-old daughter to death. His defense attorney now saying that his testimony from the victim's mom was not credible.
The homicide-related charges rested exclusively on Kayla Montgomery's version of what happened on December 7th. She had significant credibility problems. She gave multiple inconsistent statements to the police before she eventually gave a statement that led to the basis of her trial testimony. She only gave that story after she had been arrested, jailed, and was facing additional jail time.
Welcome back to Court TV Live, along with Kelly Craft. I'm Ted Rowlands. Good to be with you on a Wednesday. We are going to begin this hour where we left off last hour in Miami, Florida, and a defendant telling her side of the events. And boy, she's doing a pretty good job so far. It's only direct, though.
She's 30 years old, and she's accused of fatally shooting her on and off again boyfriend. His name is Pedro Jimenez. This took place back in June of 2022.
The couple shared 2 children, and by all accounts, they had a toxic relationship, and she's talking about that. The physical confrontations that they had, a little bit one way. I'm sure it'll get flushed out on cross. The defense says that Jimenez was particularly out of control the day that Daisy shot and killed him. She says it was self-defense, and she hasn't gotten there yet. We're getting close. We're at least on the day now, but let's find out.
Let's go back into the courtroom now for more of her testimony.
All right, so you went back to your house so that he can get his keys, right?
Yes.
And what happens?
When I told him basically that that the keys are at the house, he said, well, just go back anyways. He wanted to see the kids, tell them goodbye, because he had to leave in the morning. So I took him and he got out. And my mom, he began to talk to my mom once we got there. And I don't know how or where the conversation just went from, it took a whole 180 turn. And I just remember by the time I got my stuff out of the car, the kids' bags and stuff from earlier, I just hear him going off with my mom saying how
Okay. At some point, does he leave?
after he choked me the first time, yeah.
Okay, what happened with that? How did that come about, him choking you?
I kept denying it, so he began to get angry. And from there, the first time he grabbed me by my throat, and my mom threatened to call the police. So he let go, and then he ran to the back of the alley, where the alley was.
So he ran away after choking you, and after your mom told him that she was going to call the police, right?
Correct.
Okay. Before my next question, Judge, I would ask that what's marked as Defense Exhibit A4 for identification be admitted as a self-authenticated order that we've discussed before.
Any objection?
No objection, subject to jury instruction.
Sorry, can you admit? Go ahead.
Defense A4 marked for ID now becomes defense number F.
F, right?
Yes, Judge. Yes, Judge.
So Daisy, I'm showing you what's in evidence as Defense Exhibit F. This is an order that addresses Pedro's parental rights. I want to direct you to one moment. I want to direct you to the second page where it says, visitation for Pedro Jimenez with the child, Pedro Jimenez and Mia Jimenez, shall be as follows. The mother may supervise FaceTime calls at her discretion. The father shall have supervised visits at a minimum.
Hold on. Is there a question?
Yes, if I can finish.
Go ahead.
The father shall have supervised visits at a minimum of 1 time per month, supervised by the paternal grandmother. Who is the paternal grandmother?
Pedro's mom.
Pedro's mom. So Pedro was allowed to have 1 visit per month. Pedro was allowed to have 1 visit per month with his children as long as it was supervised by Pedro's mother, correct?
Yes.
In June of 2022, where did Pedro's mother live?
She moved to Georgia. She separated with her husband because he was abusive.
Would she frequently come back to Florida from Georgia, as far as you know?
No.
All right. So, Pedro chokes you. Your mother tells him, I'm going to call the police. He leaves. Does he come back at some point?
He kept coming back, talking, I guess, to my mother. He was hysterical. And then I would tell.
Did it appear to you, based on knowing him, that he was under the influence of anything?
Oh, he was. When I picked him up from Kevin's house, I walked in on him buying 6 bags of cocaine.
Okay. So he wasn't the sober person that you had dealt with a couple of days before, right?
No.
All right. So when he comes back after your mother initially threatened to call the police, what happens when he came back?
The first time he began he was hysterical, telling me how I betrayed him,
Objection to your side.
how he gave me everything. I threw 9 years down the drain. And he again tried to, as I denied it again. Clearly he had his facts in order, he knew, but I wasn't.
Hold on. Remember when your objection was paused?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so overruled, you can continue asking.
Clearly he knew, but I just wasn't at that stage yet to admit, that I had moved on. So at that point, because I kept denying it, he got angry again, and I had pulled the gun out on him.
Hold on. We're going on a little too long.
Okay.
So if the objection is sustained, we're going to have to ask you another question.
So he's upset because he suspects that you're with another man or seeing another man, right?
Yes.
Okay. You said that he was very agitated?
Yes.
Okay. So he kept pressing the issue, and then what, if anything, does he do at this moment?
At that point, he grabbed me again, and this time, I had the gun in close range.
And what did you do?
I pointed it at him.
And what did you say?
To leave.
Did he?
He ran.
He ran away?
He ran away.
Okay. At some point after that, does he come back?
Yes.
All right. What happens when he comes back? This third time now he's coming back, right? All right. What happens this third time that he comes back?
It's the same thing. Basically,
What
the same thing, just hysterical, crying, basically saying I ruined their entire family, whatnot.
Hold on. Let's all try to speak up. So there's an objection. It's overruled. You can finish answering.
And then as he began to draw closer, at this point, I'm already scared. I can see that he's using. I can see that he's been using all day. From what happened a couple days before, my head is still healing. I'm beginning to be scared now.
Sustained narrative. Mr. Dumas is going to ask another question.
Okay.
So you're still recovering from your wounds, right?
Yes.
How are your wounds feeling, and what state are they in at that point that it's been a few days?
I mean, they're dry, but they're very open still.
Do they still hurt?
Yes.
All right, so you're feeling that, right? He's already left a couple of times, and now he's coming back. Is his demeanor escalating?
It is.
Okay. So now this time, again, when he's come back, what happens?
The last time,
Well, I want to go in order. So this is the third time. I'm not. How many times did
I
you
went
leave
to
and come back?
go. Well, I went to go look for my purse.
Why did you go look for your purse?
He took it out of the car with my phone and everything inside of it, but he kept going to the alley. So, and he didn't have it with him when he came back the second time. So I assumed he has it hidden somewhere, maybe right there by the end of the alley.
All right. So at what point is it that you realize or notice that your purse is missing?
At this point now, this is like maybe 11, well, this is 12, around 12. This is right before my mom had left.
All right. Was there anything in your purse that you needed?
Well, my phone, my credit cards. I know I had the keys still on me. And aside from that, no, just the phone, the credit cards, and I had some jewelry in there, so.
Okay, so you've got your keys on your person, right?
Yes.
But your purse contained your credit cards and, importantly, your cell phone.
Yes.
And your purse was missing.
Yes.
All right, so I think you said you went to the alley to look for it?
I went to the alley. I had already not seen him come back for roughly, I'm gonna say, about 20 minutes, so I assume maybe he left.
Okay.
So I put the gun on top of the china cabinet, and I walked to the alley to look around the palm trees, see if it was probably there. And as soon as I got around the area, he ran up from behind one of the bushes and grabbed me by my throat and threw me on the floor.
All right, this is the crucial time. Will the jury believe Daisy's version? I think everything she said until this point, totally believable. Now it's the crucial time because it's why did you shoot him when he was running away?
Yeah. We'll have to hear what she says. I mean, she said that the first time he ran away, and a couple times came back. We'll have to see what she says.
Yeah, she's a good, weird storyteller with no affect. Like, But after a while, you get into it. You're like, oh, what happened next? She's got little details, this and that. So let's get a break. When we come back, the crucial part for this jury, will they believe Daisy Link's version of events? Stay with us.
Donna Adelson wasn't a regular mother.
She's the matriarch mastermind. She's just being a parent, not a killer.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rollins. Season finale, Saturday night at 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
I did see the physical open wounds on her head. She had a giant bruise on her arm. She had a scrape, like a mark here. And I told her, you know, that's it. We have to get out of here now. And I need you to, we're going to pack everything up and we're just going to leave.
That is Daisy Link's mother talking about the plan to skip town out of Florida once Pedro went on his long-haul trucking trip. They were going to go back to Texas. Daisy and the kids, that according to the mother, and that is after she was allegedly pistol whipped.
Yeah.
She told that graphic story, you know, the detailed story about how he freaked out and pistol whipped her. So here we are.
Yeah, she was really outlining just really kind of what happened. Several other instances of the alleged abuse, including just one day before the shooting when she says that Jimenez choked her daughter during a fight.
It's a good 1-2 punch, putting mom up and then putting Daisy on. Let's see how it goes, though. Let's go back into the courtroom. Daisy is just getting to that critical part where she's setting up shooting Pedro. She says she was looking for her purse, out looking in the palm trees, and boom, there's Pedro. Let's go back in.
Okay, and when he threw you on the floor, what did you do?
He could see my mom, like, just screaming, saying the same thing again, that that's it, I'm gonna call the police. And he just took off again.
Took off again. All right, so this happens, takes off again, your mom is still there. Does he come back again while your mom is still there?
No, that's the last time.
Okay, so when he comes back later, your mom's already gone, right?
At that point, she left because I wouldn't let her call the police. So she just said she was tired of it. So she left. She called my sister to pick her up.
All right, so she got picked up and she left around, as best you can recall, around what time was it that your mom left?
I'm gonna say about, it could be possible from anywhere around 1:30, maybe 2.
In the morning?
Yeah.
Okay, so your mom leaves, so you're left there and your kids are there too, correct?
Yes, I had them inside of my room. They were locked in.
Okay. Were they, I mean, this is already late. Are they sleeping as far as you know?
Yeah, the babies are asleep.
Okay. All right, so tell me about when you, actually before I get to that point, do you recall a video that we saw a couple of days ago where Pedro is running across the screen and then you come out and you open the car door and then you yell at him?
Yes.
Okay. What was happening in that video?
That was after the first time when he grabbed me by my throat. And no, the second time when he grabbed me by my throat and I pulled the gun out on him. That's why he ran.
Okay. And do you remember, because in the video we can hear you yelling, but it's hard to make out what you're saying. Do you recall what you were saying in that instance?
I was yelling at him to leave, to stop coming back.
Okay. All right, so I want to get to the point where he comes back the final time. Tell me about that. How did that happen?
He had already not came back for a little, you know, for a little while. I went outside to smoke a cigarette on the back porch. And I had the gun with me. And he came again, and he began telling me again how I was sleeping with this other guy. That the guy was a friend, was his friend's boyfriend. And I just got tired of lying to him. So I told him.
You told him you were sleeping with somebody else?
I did.
Okay. What happened when you did that?
I told him I was sorry. And he then I gave you everything.
Stop. We need to keep our voices up and we object. So there's an objection. Overruled. You can continue answering.
From there, he charged at me. He grabbed me by my hair. He threw me to the floor.
Now, when he threw you to the floor and grabbed you by your hair, did you still had those wounds, right?
Yeah, I could already feel right then and there that they ripped open.
Okay.
So
He threw you to the floor.
he threw me to the floor.
After he throws you to the floor, what do you do?
I grabbed the gun from the slab.
Okay, and what did you do once you got the gun?
I pointed at him and I told him, leave already.
Did he?
No, he told me.
Here's the
A little bit.
Okay.
Here, I'm sorry.
It's all right. There's an objection. Overruled. You can continue.
He told me that he was gonna lock me out of the house and that I was gonna sleep outside. When I began to walk towards him and I said, no, you're not. Run towards the house.
And what did you do when you see him running towards the house to lock you out?
I took the shot.
Were you aiming to hit him?
I initially aimed towards the floor as I lifted up the gun. I didn't expect for it to hit him. I just thought the sound was gonna scare him off this time for good.
So immediately before you pulled the trigger, he was going towards your door and he was gonna barricade himself inside the home as far as you knew, right?
He was.
All right. As soon as you...
He was very direct there. What do you think of Days?
Well, I mean, you have to take a look at what she's saying so far. That's something that defense counsel can talk about. She aimed at the floor. That's what she wanted to do. She didn't want to shoot him, but then she did. And she shot him in the leg. And, you know, she didn't shoot him in the head. She didn't aim at the head. She didn't aim at the chest. So, I mean, from a defense's standpoint, you can focus on that.
And she didn't go finish him off. She thought, she's like, you're fine, and she walks away, because that's on surveillance video. Dante Pointer's watching. What's your take? Dante, he's in Oakland, California. Do you think she's doing an okay job? Good job? This is a self-defense case. She almost had to take the stand.
You know, this is a situation where, you know, because she already gave statements, and this is on video, she's pretty much boxed in. And so the idea that this was a premeditated murder, no. But was this something that is reckless? Yes, based upon what we're hearing. And the law, although you may not have the intention to harm, if you have the intention to act, which she did, she intentionally pulled the trigger, and she pulled the trigger not because he was running at her with a knife or his own gun or had threatened to do something directly to her, but instead was running to the house. That's actually gonna be sufficient enough for her, if the jury follows the judge's instructions, to come down with a conviction, in my opinion, despite the lead up of domestic violence to the issue. I think the lead up in terms of their domestic violence history, if the jury believes it, which it was credible to me, will go towards more mitigating the sentence when the judge passes out judgment at some later point in time.
Yeah, I mean, that's very possible. It's just a difficult situation because they say, you know, he's running away. And, you know, she had a stand your ground hearing in this case. And, you know, this ended up going to trial because the judge said that she took a look at some video, surveillance video or body camera footage or something. And it was kind of the conflicting stories. So anyway, this ended up going to trial. So in Florida, you have that, but the judge didn't buy that, Dante.
Yeah, I mean, stand your ground is more so along the lines of you personally being threatened at the time that you fire versus someone trying to get into your home or running away. That doesn't fit the criteria for stand your ground, and that's why I think the judge dismissed it, obviously with some corroborating evidence that the judge looked at. So I think she has a tough road to hoe as it relates to walking away from this scot-free, but perhaps her attorney already counseled her that that's a very next to none type of opportunity. But instead, what we can do is create the circumstances to mitigate the punishment, as well as to hopefully avoid the more serious charges, and you land on something that has a sentence that will allow her to come home and rejoin her family as well as her kids. I think that's the best you can hope for, given what I've heard so far.
All right, and we haven't gotten across yet. So if Atante is right, she's in trouble, because if her rendition of the facts lead to a conviction, then add cross to that and the closing. So let's get a break. When we come back, we'll have more from Daisy, the end of her direct testimony, plus a father convicted of beating his 5-year-old daughter to death. You remember this one, Adam Montgomery. Matt Johnson's going to join us, get us up to speed on a hearing held today. He wants a new trial. Welcome back to Court TV Live. We are watching Daisy Link on the witness stand. We're going to get back to Florida in just a minute, but first we're going to turn our attention to New Hampshire.
And this is where the Supreme Court is considering an appeal for convicted child killer Adam Montgomery.
Yeah. Montgomery, we remember him. He was found guilty of the murder of 5-year-old little Harmony Montgomery. This was one of the hardest cases we've covered here at Court TV. He was sentenced to 56 years to life in prison, and he wants out. Like
he
everybody.
does. So today's hearing, the New Hampshire Supreme Court heard oral arguments in his request for a new murder trial. For the latest, let's go ahead and bring in Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson. And Matt, you covered this trial. You were out there in New Hampshire. What are the biggest takeaways?
Nice to see you both. So Adam Montgomery not in court today, just like his murder trial, where he did not show up at all for any of the testimony. Last year, a New Hampshire jury found Montgomery guilty of murder, falsifying evidence, and abuse of a corpse in the death of his 5-year-old little daughter, Harmony, who was beaten to death in their car when they were homeless. Her remains were moved several times. Her body never recovered. Today, his attorneys argued that he should be granted a new trial for 3 reasons. Take a listen.
First, the court erred in joining the July 2019 assault charge with the homicide-related charges. Second, the court erred in admitting as intrinsic evidence of other assaults in the weeks prior to the homicide and of blocking communication between HM and her mother. And lastly, these errors were not harmless beyond reasonable doubt.
Even if it were to be assumed that the trial court did commit an error, any such error was harmless beyond a reasonable doubt, given the nature of the errors alleged in this appeal and the overwhelming strength of the state's case, which consisted of eyewitness testimony, numerous witnesses who corroborated that eyewitness testimony, and a mountain of physical evidence, the summit of which held only one conclusion, and the jury reached it.
There was a mountain of evidence for this jury. They also went on a jury view. And speaking of the witnesses, there was 47 witnesses who testified in the murder trial that lasted 2 weeks in the middle of winter in New England. Jury of 10 women and 2 men deliberated just 6 hours and 44 minutes.
Yeah, and we remember it all playing out, and I know you were there and you remember it as well, of Kayla Montgomery, her testimony in question as well.
It certainly is and was then. Kayla Montgomery was Adam's wife at the time and the state's star witness during the murder trial. She was also incarcerated at the time of her testimony. During the trial, she detailed how Adam moved the body and how he beat and killed Harmony in front of her, according to her. On cross, she was questioned about her motives for testifying and her credibility, which was the same argument used in court today.
The homicide-related charges rested exclusively on Kayla Montgomery's version of what happened on December 7th. She had significant credibility problems. She gave multiple inconsistent statements to the police before she eventually gave a statement that led to the basis of her trial testimony. She only gave that story after she had been arrested, jailed, and was facing additional jail time.
It becomes a lot easier to credit her testimony when she says, the look of an evil man in that car is why I didn't do more to stop him from raining blows on her face. That becomes a lot easier to buy once the rest of her testimony is credited, and very, very much of her testimony was. Again, through physical evidence and then through the testimony of other witnesses.
Today's arguments lasted about 30 minutes. They were each timed. No timeline given for a final decision. Ted, Kelly?
Yeah, it'll probably be a few months before we would get a decision, I would think. So we'll continue to follow it. Matt, thank you so much for that update.
Let's head back to Florida now. Daisy Link on the stand testifying in her own defense, and she is getting to those crucial moments, detailing for this jury exactly what happened when she shot and killed her on-again, off-again boyfriend, Pedro Jimenez.
Yeah.
Let's go back.
As soon as you fired that shot, did he abandon that intention and run off in a different direction?
He changed course, yes.
Okay, and he took off, right?
He began to run in a different direction, yes.
As he was running away after you fired the shot, did he appear injured? Did he appear like he was shot or hurt? Or?
Not at all. I didn't. That's why I didn't think he was hit at all.
Okay. I mean, did he say anything after you shot, like, ow, or you shot me, or anything like that?
I heard, like, it was very faintly, but it was like, ah. So as a couple seconds began to pass by, now I'm a little scared. Did he get hit? I don't know. That's where I began to walk towards the front of the house.
Okay, what did you do with the gun at that point?
I still had it in my hand.
Okay, at some point, did you put it somewhere?
After I circled around the house entirely, I threw it inside of the tree right in front of my door.
Right in front of your front door?
Yes.
Okay. So you hid it somewhere where you would have access to it?
Yes.
Okay. All right, at some point, do you find Pedro?
At some point I did after I heard the wailing, yes.
Okay, so he was wailing, and that's how you were able to locate where he was? Is that right?
Yes.
All right, so you go to him, and what do you see and what do you do?
I see him laying there as I get out of the car, and I run up to him, and I begin to ask him, where is it at? I begin to ask him, where is it at? He couldn't tell me. He was disoriented. From there, I start to look for where it is that he was hit. I start to look for the phone.
When you say the phone, your phone?
Yes.
Because at this point, you still don't have your phone.
Yes.
All right. So before we get back to Pedro, at some point, did you find your phone?
I found the phone. It was roughly about 2 feet away from his body.
It was laying next to his body?
It was laying next to his body, like maybe he had it in his hand or he was trying to use it.
Okay.
But he collapsed.
And did you call anybody when you found the phone?
I called 911.
All right. At some point, did you try to render aid to him in some way?
At that point, I was just on autopilot. I began stripping his shirt off, ripping it off, lifting up his leg, tying a tourniquet around his leg, and then I even tried as much as to lift him up, but one of his legs, he couldn't stand on it at all. He couldn't move.
Was that the leg that was shot, or was it the other leg?
It was the other leg.
It was the other leg?
Yes.
So he's got a bullet hole in one leg, but the other leg, that's the one that he couldn't move?
Yes.
Did you know why he couldn't move it?
No, and when I would ask him what happened as far as to the leg, he couldn't tell me. He couldn't, nothing at all.
Okay. All right, so we saw the footage earlier in the trial when the police get there and what happened after that. Now, we know that you didn't tell them, you weren't completely candid with them at first, with the police, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to us why you didn't just tell them everything from the get-go and why it took a little while before you could get to that?
They would have taken my kids.
Why do you say they would have taken your kids?
He wasn't supposed to be around. He wasn't supposed to be around the house at all. His mom was supposed to supervise them. He wasn't allowed to be there at all.
So you were afraid that because you were, if I'm correct, you're saying that you were concerned that because you were giving Pedro more visits than he was entitled to under that order, that they might penalize you. They might penalize you and possibly take away your kids, and that was a concern for you, correct?
Yeah.
All right. At some point, you were handcuffed while you were still at your house or in the area of your house, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me what happened? When did that happen, or how did that happen?
Well, I kept asking the officers the entire night. I was asking the officers the entire night whether they had resuscitated him or not. So I was pretty hysterical because they wouldn't tell me. They said I had to wait for the investigator to arrive for me to know anything as far as what's going on with him. In the process, I was calling hospitals to see where he was at, admitted. Finally, the investigator arrived, and as I walked up to him, I asked
Objection, hearsay.
if he was still alive.
So many objections. Stalking, so many
Not
objections.
overruled objections. Let's get a break. When we come back, more of Daisy's direct, and then they would eventually go to lunch, and we'll have to wait for the cross, but we'll pick up the rest of the direct. Also, Bianca Ellis, that Ohio jury, 5 hours, 22 minutes and counting. Stay with us.
Donna Adelson was part of a conspiracy to kill her former son-in-law, Dan Markell.
He's not going to survive.
Oh my God!
Dan saw Donna as dangerous.
She's the matriarch mastermind. She's just being a parent, not a killer.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands. Season finale, Saturday night at 8 Eastern and Pacific. And during the finale, don't miss an exclusive preview for the new season of Interview with a Killer, only on Court TV.
Back now to Miami for more testimony in the murder trial for defendant Daisy.
Pick it up right where we left off.
And immediately he told me no. I threw myself to the floor. I started to scream. I started crying. And
okay, so that's when you get confirmation that Pedro's dead.
yes,
All right, you said you threw yourself to the floor, you were emotional.
yeah.
What happens after that?
Pedro opens the door. I guess he woke up.
Pedro Jr.
Yeah, he opened the door. He was locked in the room, so he must have came out. He knew how to pick the lock. It's funny. But he came out the room and he opened the door, and the detective pushed him back in, and he arrested me, and he told him, don't come back outside.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay. If you recall, how long, all right, so you're in handcuffs at that point. Where did they put you? Did they put you in the back of a car? Did they put you somewhere else?
They put me in a squad. They removed my jewelry and stuff off of me, and then they put me in one of the patrol cars for Homestead Police Department.
Okay, in the back seat?
Yes.
And they closed the door so that you couldn't open the door, right?
Yeah, and they left me in there for roughly about, I'm gonna say 2 hours.
Okay. Was the car on? Was the air on?
They had the windows down, but they wouldn't let me use the restroom or anything like that.
Okay. At some point, you were transported to the police headquarters, right?
Yes.
Were you transported in a separate car, or were you transported in the same car that you sat in for 2 hours while handcuffed?
No, they moved me to a Metro squad unit.
All right, so you're told that Pedro's dead, you're put in handcuffs, and you sit in the back of a police car for about 2 hours, correct?
Correct.
Then after that, you're taken out of that car, you're put in a different car, and then you're transported to headquarters in that different car.
Objection needed.
Yes.
You can answer.
Yes.
That's correct? Okay. So you get to the station, and we saw the video. You gave a statement at some point. Prior to you giving the statement, at some point you were taken to the bathroom, correct?
Correct.
And at some point you were fingerprinted, correct?
Yes.
And you had an interaction with a couple of female detectives, is that correct?
During the fingerprinting, yes, that she brought an additional a domestic violence detective with her for that one.
When you say she, who are you referring to?
Melanie Janoris.
Okay, so Melanie Janoris is one of the homicide detectives that was investigating you, correct?
Correct.
And she's one of the people that you were primarily dealing with during this time, correct?
Correct.
In fact, in the video that we saw of your interrogation, there were two detectives in that room, right?
Yes.
Melanie Janoris was one.
Objection needed.
Overruled. You can answer.
Yes.
And do you know who the other person in that room was?
Jason Cruz.
Detective Cruz.
Correct.
Well, prior to that, you came in contact with, you said, a female domestic violence detective?
Yes.
Other than that detective being present when you were being fingerprinted, other than that, was she ever present at any other point, as far as you know?
No, she basically only walked with us first to the bathroom, and then she walked with Melanie to just have me fingerprinted, but she wasn't there as far as for the interviewer, for the actual fingerprint, for the processes of anything.
And did that domestic violence detective have any interactions with you?
She did.
Okay, tell me about that interaction.
She told me that.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. Can you please sit down?
Judge, I'm trying to hear it.
She told
Can you
me.
keep your voice up, please?
Yeah.
Can you sit down now? The witness will keep her voice up.
She told me that she just wanted to help me, that unless I spoke to them and I told them what happened, then they couldn't know anything, that they wouldn't know anything, and that basically now I'm gonna end up spending the rest of my life in jail because I won't let them know what happened, that my kids could possibly get taken away.
Objection, hearsay, narrative.
All right. I'm going to give a limiting instruction. The objection is going to be overruled to the extent that Ms. Link is testifying about any limitation on her liberty, such as spending the rest of her life in jail. You will look at that from the point of view of her testifying, but you will not consider that as it will not affect her verdict, because we discussed that in jury selection. Okay? You can continue answering.
Okay. And that basically, unless I spoke to them and I let them know what really happened, then, you know, that was basically what was going to be the outcome. That it wasn't my fault that things like this happen. You know, people get tired.
Objection, hearsay, narrative.
Overruled.
I then began to tell her that it's not what it seems at all, that that's not what it is. And that I'll talk to you, I'll tell you what really happened. So I did.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
She then told me that.
Objection, hearsay, narrative. No pending question.
What was the question?
She wasn't finished, so I just said go ahead.
Okay. Sustain, he's going to ask another question.
Okay. So after you had this interaction with that domestic violence detective, you proceeded to give the statement which we saw the video of a couple days ago, correct?
Yes.
But that detective, that domestic violence detective, you didn't see her again, right?
After that, no, I never seen her again.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Link. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Let's see if there's any cross-examination.
There is, but can we go sidebar first?
That was it for the direct. Now the hard part. Jury goes to lunch.
Yeah, and then the cross. We'll
Yeah.
have to see how she holds up on cross. It will be tough, for sure.
They're not back yet, but they're almost back, and we'll have it soon. Stay with us. along with Kelly Craft. It's been quite the late morning, early afternoon. We're watching out of the state of Florida in Miami, this defendant, Daisy Link, and she took the stand in her own defense. They took the break after the direct was over for lunch. And now we're just waiting. We're waiting. They're supposed to be back about 1 o'clock, the jury. And so we've got some arguments we're going to watch. But, ooh, I can't wait for the cross.
Yeah, the cross is going to be good. So she's 30 years old, the defendant in this case, and she made headlines last year for becoming pregnant while in jail. The charges, second-degree murder in the death of her on and off-again partner.
Prosecutors say that she shot Pedro Jimenez because she was mad. She lost her cool, shot him in the leg as he was walking away casually. This all happened in 2022. The defense says, and Daisy says, this was self-defense, that Pedro went nuts after she admitted to being with another man. And now the jury's going to have to decide whether or not to believe her version of events.
Yeah, they should be back from their lunch break at any minute. The cross will then begin. Until then, why don't we go ahead and listen back to some key arguments, some key moments from court. The state here is attempting to bring in a jail call. This is where Link allegedly says if she had known how much time that she was facing, she would have chopped up the victim and spread his remains all over Florida. Let's go back in.
On her direct examination, testified about how an officer said, you are going to spend the rest of your life unless you tell us the truth. This jail call goes directly to that, what she would have done. It talks directly about the time that she is facing. I understand plea negotiations may or may not be involved. We can limit that as much as we can. She says, in that phone call, she says the prosecutor originally offered 15 and then came back and changed his mind and said 25. I'm more than happy to mute it, but what she says is 25. At the time that she's making this call. I understand that this happened 3 years. This phone call happened 3 years after the fact. However, all jail calls happen after the arrest. This also contradicts exactly what she's saying. Now, again, with the court's even limiting instruction, we are now putting the jury in the position that they are considering that this woman is facing life in prison, which I think that they were thinking about regardless of, because this is a homicide case, and I think we all realize that. So I think that this goes directly to that, and she should be questioned on that.
All right, defense, what's your position?
This has been litigated ad nauseum, major ruling, nothing's changed.
Nothing's changed.
Nothing's changed except she's talking about how now she's facing life on her direct examination.
What's a logical argument that could be made about that jail call with plea negotiations? What's the logical?
Judge, I'm willing to.
In the middle of plea negotiations, what's a logical argument that can be made if I let this come in front of the jury?
Judge, again,
Besides it's in the middle of the breakdown of plea negotiations, what she's offered, what she's willing to take, what the state offered, what's another logical explanation?
So if I may, I am more than willing to limit the part where it says the prosecutor offered me this. She just testified on direct examination.
Answer my question.
I am trying to, Judge. If I keep getting interrupted, I can't answer your question.
Why don't you start with answering my question?
I am attempting to.
I'm giving you access to the record. Go ahead.
Thank you. The question is to the jury, not what that she is facing. That is not to be considered. Again, I will more than happily limit the plea negotiations, but it goes, again, to her state of mind, what she was thinking. She just said, somebody told me I was facing life. Now we have 3 years after the fact, a conversation where she discusses what she's facing again and the conversations therein. It's not for the jury to decide whether or not she's sentenced to whatever it is, but the logic there is it goes directly to her state of mind at the time, now, as well as we've been stating numerous times, it goes to the depraved mind element of this crime. I do not see how the court could limit the state in not eliciting testimony when she's directly talking about what she would have done if she would have known what time she was facing. Now she says, on direct, I knew what time I was facing. We actually have her saying something opposite. It goes directly to impeachment, it goes directly to her state of mind, and it goes directly to element 3.
The breakdown of plea negotiations, where she's testified, and you have the post-Miranda statement of this being an accidental shooting, meaning she didn't mean for it, she was trying to scare him, something along those lines. And she's saying, had I known, I would have done what I can't quote it verbatim, goes to what she believes her actions are worth by way of years, meaning a plea.
And she just...
don't interrupt me. It's in the middle of a plea negotiation where plea negotiations have broken down. That's a logical argument to the jury if I let it in.
Then let the
this is what she believes the plea may have been.
Then let the defense make that
meaning
argument.
If it's an accident and I'm off within 10 years, I can't believe they want something higher than that. That's a logical argument, not of depraved mind, depraved heart, evil intent. Plus, the court's already ruled it's more prejudicial than probative. Anything else you want to say?
That's not what the jail call says.
Anything else you want to put on the record?
I'm trying to. That's not what the jail call says. She just said that her state of mind at the time was, I am now facing life. I'm going to go away for life unless I speak to these officers. That jail call says something directly different, and the court keeps quoting this without ever hurting it. I think it's imperative the court actually hears the portion, because again, it's for impeachment purposes, because now she's saying, well, I'm not actually facing life, and if I had known any of this, I would have done so much worse. That's why we're trying to introduce this, because it's so important for the jury to actually understand Ms. Link's state of mind. It's not about plea negotiations. And again, I'm willing to limit the portion of time where they talk about what I came back with.
Your request is denied. What's the next item we want to go over regarding impeachment?
Well,
Listen, I can see the arms.
No, I'm motioning to...
I can see the rolling of the eyes. I'm trying to ignore it, but at some point, we're all officers of the court, and I would ask that you all be professional.
I would ask the same of this court, because this court yesterday was screaming at me when because I was trying to bring to the court's attention witnesses coordinating their testimony. I understand that there is a jury here, Your Honor, and that we are trying...
Where did that leave me after an hour and a half of questioning, and I took your word for it, that at the end of the inquiry, it would be revealed that the witnesses were coordinating their testimony.
And it was. The court ignored that.
Hold on. After we questioned 2 witnesses and you showed me Facebook posts, the conclusion of the hearing the conclusion of the hearing was evidence before this court that those witnesses were coordinating their testimony.
And we had Ms. Perez testify.
And it was a violation of the rules of sequestration. Was that the conclusion of the hour and a half break we took while this jury was patiently waiting?
Absolutely it was. Ms. Perez came in and said she was handed her deposition transcript, which was just used to impeach her. It's improper for a witness in the middle of their testimony to go through and remember things that they were just impeached on. Absolutely it was. Absolutely it was. And yes, I want to respect the jury's time. Absolutely. However, it is unbelievable that the court would not want to get to the bottom of witness coordination and witness manipulation in the middle of a trial. We, yes, absolutely should respect this jury's time. But if witnesses are changing their testimony, coordinating their testimony, watching YouTube live feeds of this trial, it is important to get to the bottom of that. It is imperative that we get to the bottom of that.
Thank you. We're going to move on. I think the record and the findings speak for itself after that hour and a half break. What's the next request for impeachment?
We have... So I don't know if you want to handle the car incident now or if you want to handle the text messages, but there's a number of different text messages that I think that are admissible as impeachment.
Let's go to the car incident.
Sure. So Ms. Link testified that the reason that Pedro had to get a rental car was because he got into an accident or something in Orlando. That's actually not true. The reason that they had to get a rental car was Ms. Link destroying the vehicle on the same day that she got pistol whipped is what she claims.
How is that going to come in? What's the evidence of that? So the testimony was his car was damaged at the Orlando location of where he parks it for work.
Right, and it actually happened on the same day, and her own statement says the same thing. Detective Janoris walks in and says, I have a question, what happened on Monday? We know that this homicide happened on Friday. Miss Link goes, what do you mean, when you pistol whipped me? And she goes, no, with the truck. And Miss Link goes, I did that right afterwards. Which,
I think you're talking now about when she hits the car with the gun in Miami.
yes,
Right.
which is different than what she testified to on the
So
stand.
what you're saying is his car was really in Miami and not in Orlando?
Yes.
Let's go ahead and bring in our guest for this hour to discuss. Joining us now from Memphis, Tennessee, criminal defense attorney Phil Harvey. Phil, thank you so much for being with us, listening to some arguments outside the presence of the jury. What are your takeaways from these arguments so far?
Thanks for having me. Obviously, there's disagreement here in terms of what the state prosecuting attorneys can use for impeachment of the defendant in this case, Daisy Link. We just heard from the state's attorney arguing with the judge, and it appeared to get heated there for a moment. At many instances, the state attorney trying to interrupt the judge in turn interrupting the state's attorney. The state is arguing that Daisy Link testified to some facts that are inconsistent with some of the other evidence they have. Mainly, it appears to be statements they have from Ms. Link herself. Normally, anything a defendant says is admissible. It is a statement by a party opponent, or it is a statement of the party. And so normally, any of that is admissible, but it can be excluded for waste of time or undue prejudice. And so it appears that there have been some previous rulings in the case where the judge has ruled that these specific comments by Ms. Link should not be admitted for some reason, and the state's attorney is asking the judge to revisit those decisions.
Yeah, and specifically, they really want that jail call where she said apparently that had she known the time she was facing, she should have chopped him up and spread him all over Florida. And if the jury hears that, it's a lot different than her sitting there on the witness stand saying, oh, you know, he was mean to me and blah, 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 blah. So the judge, we do know, said no, so the state's not going to get that in. Let's get a break because we're hearing that they're back. Lunch is over. And that means that Daisy Link is back on the stand, and we're going to watch the cross-examination, the hard part, coming up next.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, Harmony Montgomery's father fights for a new trial after being convicted of her murder. We'll bring you the very latest from today's big hearing.
Closing Arguments with Vinny Politan, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Donna Adelson wasn't a regular mother.
She's the matriarch mastermind. She's just being a parent, not a killer.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rollins, season finale, Saturday night at 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
All right, we're back to Miami, Florida now for more of the toxic relationship murder trial for defendant Daisy Link. The lunch break is over. Ooh, here we go.
The 30-year-old Homestead woman is accused of shooting and killing her on and off again partner. His name was Pedro Jimenez. This took place back in 2022.
So we watched the direct examination. Now it is time, after a little lunch, for the cross.
I just want to get a couple things clear real quick. Pedro had committed acts of domestic violence against you in the past, right?
Yes.
And you him?
Yes.
Now, I know you said that you had to change the lock because of Pedro, right?
Yes.
He never had a key.
To the old one.
Right, but after all that went down, he never had a key.
No.
The night that he died, he didn't have a key either, right?
I don't know.
Did you ever give him a key?
Not to the house, no.
Okay, so he never had a key the night that he died.
Maybe his car keys or the house keys to the house in Florida City.
To your house, the keys that you changed, she never had a key to your house.
No.
And your mom testified earlier, right?
Yes.
And she said she actually saw him choke you?
Yes.
She actually saw him put his... She actually saw him put his hands around your neck?
Yes.
And she didn't call the police?
No, that's why she kept getting tired.
You're gonna have to keep your voice up. I can barely hear. The answer was
no. That's why she kept getting tired of it.
She saw you, her daughter, get choked, and she never called the police?
No.
Your children were home, right?
Yes.
Her grandchildren were home, right?
Yes.
She could have taken those children out of such a dangerous living condition, right?
Yes.
And she didn't, right?
Right.
She just left your house, right?
Yes.
Leaving you in a dangerous living condition at that point, right?
Yes.
Pedro was so dangerous that your mom actually flew to Texas to move you out of your home and get away from him, right?
Yes.
But she just left you there?
She got tired of the excuses.
She left her grandchildren around such a dangerous man?
Yes.
And you said that these 4 pieces of paper were what's stopping you from calling the police?
Yes.
And that's that's defense exhibit F, just for the record. You could have told the police he broke into your house, though, right?
I wouldn't let them deport him. He wasn't a bad guy.
He wasn't a bad guy.
No.
Okay. Now, you killed Pedro, right?
Yes.
And that was in 2022, right?
Yes.
And we're here 3 years later?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when Pedro was killed, he didn't have a knife, right?
No.
He didn't have a gun?
No.
You're the only one that was armed, right?
Yes.
You actually had the deadly force in your hands before you killed him, right?
Yes.
And he was never armed, right?
At that night, no.
He, according to you, was just going to lock you out of the house, right?
At that moment, that was what was going to happen, yes.
Okay. Because you didn't want to sleep outside, you shot him, right?
I don't want to keep getting hit.
But you told police you didn't want to sleep outside. That's what he said to you, right?
Yeah.
And that was right after, according to you, you cheated on him. Or, I'm sorry, you admitted to cheating on him, right?
Yes.
While you were armed, you admitted to cheating on him, right?
Yes.
And this was a man that was so dangerous and so angry, so aggressive, you, armed with a firearm, admitted to this man that you cheated on him, right?
I thought maybe that if I finally told him, it would just get it over with.
Okay. After you...
Can you speak a little louder?
I'm sorry. I said I thought if I finally just told him that it would just get it over with and he would finally, we can move on.
Okay. Now, you waited to call 911, right?
Yes.
You knew you shot him? Right?
Not at first.
As you walked on camera that we saw on State 16, we heard you actually say, "You'll be fine. It's not like I hit a major artery. You'll be fine," right?
That's not what I said.
Okay. Now, you hid the gun, right?
Yes.
You hid the casing, right?
No.
Knowing you shot him, you waited 1 minute, right? Before you called 911?
No.
Okay. You waited 10 minutes.
Until I got the phone.
Okay. Let's wait a minute.
I'm sorry?
Waiting for 1 minute.
Well, let's see what he's going to come up with there. Waited 1 minute. She said no. See what she says.
Yeah, because you waited a lot longer, so he's trying to drag it out and make the jury really hone in on that. You shot the guy and you didn't call 911.
Yeah. All right, that's going to continue the cross-examination. It gets more intense. We'll be right back. You're watching Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Back to court in just a minute. First, a quick look at some of the other cases we're tracking here on a Wednesday at Court TV. You know, hours and 7 minutes in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial. The jury has to decide whether or not Bianca Ellis was insane or not when she stabbed a 3-year-old boy and his mother.
Also, we are in Wisconsin. The defense has rested without calling any witnesses. This is in the trial for a teen accused of killing a young woman who got caught in his gun's crossfire while taking out the garbage. Closing arguments are expected to begin there tomorrow.
And in Florida, Courtney Clenny back in court today for a status hearing. No new trial date has been set for her second-degree murder trial after numerous delays now.
We are also standing by in Michigan, where a pregnant woman accused of driving drunk into a crowd of people is being sentenced this hour.
We'll keep you updated on all the cases, but right now we're headed back to Florida, to Miami. Toxic relationship murder trial on the stand. Daisy Link, cross-examination. Let's go back, pick it up where we left off.
Because you knew you had shot him and hit a major artery, right?
No.
And that's even why you told Pedro, as he fled from you, that you'll be fine. It's not like I hit a major artery, right?
I said, you don't want to go to the hospital? I could have hit a major artery. You'll be fine.
Because you were mocking him, right?
If that's how you perceive it.
Now, Officer Aguila also arrived on scene, and you lied to him too, right?
I don't know who that is.
You lied when you told him all you heard was screaming, right?
Yes.
You lied when you told him Pedro left the house 30 minutes before.
Yes.
You lied when you told him that Pedro had left walking by himself, right?
No.
You admitted to Officer Rodriguez, though, that you were married to Pedro, right?
At that point, I felt like I had to tell the truth.
You told him that you were together for 9 years, right?
We were.
But now you knew who Pedro was when you were talking to Officer Rodriguez. You didn't know who he was beforehand, right?
No.
You knew his address now, right?
Yeah.
You told him that Pedro was with his friends that night, right?
I did.
Okay. You told him that he was with friends that night, but you didn't tell him how Pedro got home, did you?
No.
Because you actually picked Pedro up, right?
I did.
You told Officer Rodriguez that Pedro was really flustered and wouldn't talk to you that night, right?
I did.
That he kept coming and going all night?
Yes.
But you never said that you were scared of him to Officer Rodriguez, right?
No.
You told Officer Rodriguez that you could hear him wailing, and that's why you drove around, right?
Yes.
But you didn't tell Officer Rodriguez that you had shot Pedro, right?
No.
You lied to him when you told him that the last time you saw Pedro was 30 or 40 minutes prior to his death, right?
Yes.
You lied about Pedro's friend just leaving in a white van, right?
Yes.
A van that officers actually spent their time frantically searching for, right?
I believe so.
A search that only happened because you lied to them, right?
Yes.
You told him that Pedro... You told Officer Edwards that Pedro wasn't a bad guy, right?
He's not.
Right. And that nobody would do this to him, right? That's what you told him?
I shouldn't have.
Except you, because you shot Pedro, right?
I had to.
You told Officer Edwards that Pedro had a pass, but that was a long time ago, right?
Yes.
That's been over 10 years, right?
Yes.
You told him Pedro was a good guy, right?
He was.
Officer Edwards was actually pretty nice to you, right?
I don't remember who was who anymore.
He let you go into your home?
Okay.
He let you use the bathroom?
Yes.
When Detective Danny Morales came, you actually got aggressive with him though, right?
Not at all.
You threw a chair at him, right?
No, I didn't.
When he started patting you down, you actually realized what he was going to find, that key to that Chevy Trax, and you tried to hide it, right?
I don't believe he himself even patted me down.
And that's the same Trax that you hid Pedro's belongings in, right?
I never hid anything.
Because you didn't want anyone to know that you were hiding his things, right?
I never hid anything.
When you went to headquarters, the police headquarters, you were actually angry, right?
I was.
And you told officers that you wouldn't put clean clothes on, right?
No, I didn't.
You asked them why they were treating you like you were the one who did it, right?
Yeah.
Even though you knew that you did kill Pedro, right?
Yes.
You told them that you got into a car accident, right?
My truck a couple days prior.
Okay. And that's what you told them the bruises came from, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you even said that Pedro didn't cause those bruises, right?
Yes.
Now, when Detective Janoris and Detective Cruz were getting background information on you, you actually agreed with them that you guys lived together, right?
No.
He paid rent for that home?
No, he didn't.
Okay, because he actually lived there.
Not anymore.
You told them that you weren't allowed to have friends, right?
I couldn't.
And you told them that you couldn't have social media, right?
But I still hid it.
You had an Instagram?
Just because I wasn't allowed to have it doesn't mean I didn't go behind his back when he was gone and still download it.
You had a Facebook?
Same.
And you had a TikTok?
I wouldn't consider that social media.
Even though you told officers, you lied to officers and said you weren't allowed to have social media, right?
I wasn't allowed to have it at all.
You even told officers that you weren't allowed to see your cousins, right?
I wasn't, which is why we had to sneak around.
Even though 5 days prior, you claim your cousin David was at your house, right?
And look what happened.
Now, that was an incident that you said you forgot about, right?
What do you mean?
You weren't worried about that anymore, right?
I never said I forgot about anything.
And you weren't afraid of Pedro after that, right?
Like I said, when he was sober, he was a good guy. He was a monster when he was on drugs.
You had cameras at your house, right?
I did.
The cameras recorded everything, right?
I did.
And they captured days, weeks, months prior, right?
Yes.
And those cameras would capture people coming and going from your house, right?
Yes.
Including David, right?
Yes.
Including Pedro, right?
Yes.
You told them that.
Why don't we go ahead and bring in criminal defense attorney Phil Harvey. Phil, the cross-examination, kind of just a few minutes in now, talking about, he's a monster when he's on drugs. Drugs are a part of this case, talking about the amount of cocaine he had in his system. I don't know. How do you think the cross is going so far? She brought up that she wasn't being forthcoming with police.
Kelly, that's right. She has to admit some of this, right? Because this is a case where the facts are no longer disputed, and it's all about intentionality. And so I think from the defense's standpoint, Ms. Link needs to get up there. She needs to concede where she lied. She needs to concede where she's at fault, and she needs to concede where she's exaggerated and stick to the narrative, while the state's attorney is bringing out details like, for example, the violence of Mr. Jimenez's past was 10 years prior, and she's evasive with the police officers when they arrived, trying to disclaim or disown any responsibility for the shooting. So it's certainly a mixed bag. I don't know. Ms. Link's affect is very flat. She has to walk a line there because she shouldn't look bubbly. She needs to look remorseful. But what can she really do with all those lies?
Yeah, and she was flat during the entire direct too.
Yeah.
Very matter of fact, and just that pace, which is, at first, I think it was, for me, I was like, oh gosh, what's going on with this? But she's kept it consistent.
She has, which I think is a positive, because a lot of times you see people get up on the stand and then all of a sudden the gross starts a total different effect.
Right, and I don't feel like she's lying.
Absolutely.
Or she wasn't telling bold lies because she had a lot of weird details. She was just adding into it. Now, that said, Phil, her story basically should convict her, because what she's saying is the guy was running away from her into the house, and I shot him, and I didn't mean to hit him. Okay, but you shot him. I don't know how, when you look at it in, at least under the law, I get maybe she's going to get some sympathy from a juror or two telling the tales of abuse, but her rendition of events sinks her.
Ted, I agree. I have to agree, because, you know, and I think you get into this situation in some of these trials where the best defense, the best strategy may be to present a narrative, right? We've got facts beyond dispute. In some cases, there are a lot of facts in dispute. In this case, most of the facts are beyond dispute, and the best legal strategy may be to argue for a lesser included, maybe voluntary manslaughter or some lower form of homicide. But if the defense attorney knows that his client wants to take the stand and say what she's going to say, you do have to limit the way you present your defense, the way you present the evidence to the jury, the way that you present the case in opening, because you sort of have to hold it all in tension to see how does everything come down, and especially how does Ms. Link's testimony come in, because that's going to inform how the defense crafts its closing argument.
Yeah. That's it.
I always am fascinated with closing arguments. See how the prosecutors
especially after a defendant takes the stand. Let's get a break. When we come back, more Cross and Daisy Link. Stay with us.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, Harmony Montgomery's father fights for a new trial after being convicted of her murder. We'll bring you the very latest from today's big hearing.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Donna Adelson wasn't a regular mother.
She's the matriarch mastermind. She's just being a parent, not a killer.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rollins, season finale, Saturday night at 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
More Daisy Link on the stand in just a minute. Quick update, though, out of New Hampshire. A Supreme Court is considering an appeal for convicted child killer Adam Montgomery.
Montgomery was found guilty for the murder of his 5-year-old daughter, Harmony, and he was sentenced to 56 years to life in prison.
Today's hearing, Montgomery was not there. His defense argued that evidence at the trial and evidence specific about a prior assault should not have been involved in the case, and it prejudiced the jury. Take a listen.
Even if we're looking at the joinder issue, I think to your point, the prejudice is not just to his trial on the homicide charge, it's also potentially to the trial on the assault charge, because as you point out, the intrinsic evidence came in as intrinsic to the homicide charges. And certainly it was there in the case for the jury to use in assessing both charges, the assault charge and the homicide charge.
No ruling, of course, yet, but we will keep you updated when there is a ruling, but it's probably going to be sometime.
Absolutely. Now, head back to Miami, and we're going to watch more of Daisy Link on the stand. She got through her direct, now it's cross, and so far holding her own with that same affect to all of the questions that she's receiving, but you can feel it rising in temperature in that courtroom. Let's go back in and pick it up.
You told him that he was staying at the house on and off, right? Pedro was staying on and off at your house?
Yes.
And you said that he actually had a severe mental disorder because he would accuse you of cheating on him and sending naked pictures of yourself to other men, right?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. We're talking about the totality of the relationship. I'm not speaking about right then and there. I'm speaking to the officers about years on end, how he was.
So let me ask my question again.
I left him in February.
If you can let me ask my question, excuse me. You said that he had a severe mental disorder.
Definitely did.
And would accuse you of cheating on him with other men and sending other men naked pictures of yourself, right?
Yes.
And you denied that, right?
To him?
Yes.
Yeah, previously.
Okay. But you actually were doing that, right?
At this point in time, yeah, I was.
Okay. You told them that he would stay at his parents' house if he didn't stay at your home, right?
Yes.
And you also told them that's where he would stay if he didn't sleep at his, or excuse me, that's actually a house that you would stay at too. You weren't staying at your own home, right?
The only time I lived there was years before that incident. You're speaking maybe 6, 7 years ago.
Okay. The night you killed Pedro, he went to a friend's house, right?
Yes.
He was there late?
Yes.
You were actually annoyed that he was there late?
No.
You knew his friends picked him up and he went over there earlier that day, right?
Yes.
And because it was late, you actually told your mom that you were going to go back and pick this, quote, idiot up, right?
Yes.
Because you said he was probably drunk off his ass, right?
Yes.
He didn't ask you to pick him up?
He did.
He didn't demand for you to pick him up?
Before he left, he did. He didn't have a way to get out. He didn't have a way to leave.
He didn't threaten you if you didn't pick him up, right?
No.
You actually said that you went on your own and it wasn't, quote, a problem for you to go pick him up, right?
Because he didn't call me right then and there.
Now, you got to Enriquez's house, right?
Yes.
And you waited for Pedro outside, right?
At first.
But according to you, he was taking too long, right?
Yes.
So you went inside?
Yes.
And you weren't afraid of him then?
No.
You drove him after that to get beer, right?
Yes.
And you guys were fighting about him, you cheating on him while you drove, right?
As it started, yeah.
And you continued lying to him about your infidelity, right?
Yes.
And then you went home, right?
Yes.
You didn't tell the police that he choked you, right?
There was a lot of things I didn't tell them.
You didn't tell him that he attacked you, right?
Yes, I did.
And you said to them that that night, all you did was argue and then laugh and then argue and then laugh, right?
I told them before he was shot that he grabbed me by my hair and he threw me on the floor before I grabbed the gun.
Now, after all of that, after Pedro had left, you went outside to smoke a cigarette, right?
Yes.
And Pedro wasn't home, right?
No.
He actually had left the home at that point, right?
Yes.
You had the gun, right?
Yes.
You saw Pedro, right?
He crept up from the back of the house, yes.
You admitted at that point that you were cheating on him, right?
Yes.
And you were holding the gun at this point, right?
I wasn't holding it. It was next to me on the floor.
And he told you that you were going to sleep outside that night, right?
That was after he threw me on the floor.
And he ran, right?
He ran in my house.
And you fired as he ran, right?
Yes.
And his back was facing you, right?
Yes.
He was running away, right?
No. He was running to the house.
After you shot him, you actually mocked him and said, "It's not like I hit a major artery. You'll be fine," right?
It's not quoted right.
Please, feel free. What did you tell him?
I said, do you want to go to the hospital? I could have hit a major artery. You'll be fine. And it wasn't to mock him. I was speaking so fast that my adrenaline was through the roof. That was a big guy. You know what it's like to get hit by somebody that's 6'4", 260 pounds?
And instead of helping him, even possibly saving his life, you actually went and hid that firearm, right?
I couldn't find him at first.
The gun you hid was the same gun you used to kill him, right?
Yes.
Then you hid the casing, right?
I never got a casing.
The casing that the police never found, right?
It didn't look good enough.
You told police, though, that you said to him right after shooting him, "Where are you going? Where are you at?" Right?
Yes.
But that's actually not true, right?
I said something before, you can hear it in the audio. I'm not sure exactly what it was.
And when Detective Janor's confronted you with what you actually said, you changed your story, didn't you?
I didn't change it. I just honestly was lost.
You said you could only remember bits and pieces at this point, right?
Yes.
That you don't remember saying anything to him, right?
I didn't remember saying anything at first.
But that's actually not the only time you changed your story about what you said to Pedro after you shot him, right?
I'm not certain.
Okay. Because you said you had called out to him and said you'd take him to the hospital if you really did hit him, right?
I did say that.
That's not what you said, though, right?
I did say that.
Because you were angry, right?
But I did tell him that I was going to take him to the hospital.
And you were mad as hell, right?
I was.
You shot Pedro as he ran away, and you killed him, right?
He didn't run away from me.
I have no further questions.
All right, can you redirect?
Yes.
Okay, that was it for the cross. Phil Harvey's still with us. Phil, I don't know why, but I envisioned them keeping her on there for a longer period of time, and it seemed as though the prosecutor mimicked the laid-back affect of the defendant. There was no fist bumping or pounding or anything overly accusatory.
Yeah.
Your thoughts overall?
Ted, I agree. The whole time I was listening, I thought, okay, this is the setup. He's going to get her, he's going to run her through the narrative. And I was assuming that he had box ends prepared for after the setup. And we go through the narrative one time, he gets her to agree or disagree with the prosecutor's theory of the case. And then he goes back through and he has a little setup where, well, today you testified to X, but you talked to the police on such and such a date. And it was important to be truthful. And it was important to be accurate. And it was important to be complete. And when you talked to the police on that day, you didn't say X, did you? You said Y. And that sort of, you know, we call it closing the box to highlight the fact that she was being lying or manipulative or whatever their theory of the case may be. So I was pretty stunned to just see him shut down the cross-examination there.
What do you think of maybe the reason for his demeanor during the cross was because the victim in this case is not the most likable? We have somebody who was high on cocaine, alcohol. Now we're hearing 6'4". That was a surprise to me. I didn't realize that he was that tall. So 6'4", 240 pounds, and then has attacked her in the past. Maybe he's wanting to kind of downplay it a little bit because he doesn't have the best victim.
It could be, Kelly, and it also could just be, kind of to Ted's point, there is so much power in body language. And as humans, we tend to mirror the people we're talking to. And Ms. Link did such a good job on the balance. At first, I thought it was going a little bit flat, but on the balance, she did maintain her composure. She did start correcting the state's attorney, and she did start making her own points. And it almost just seemed like he was lulled into just going along with it and then felt like he couldn't get any more out of her.
Daisy Link lulls the prosecutor, just like she did the inmate above her at the jail.
Got some magic powers.
Yeah. Phil, thank you. Let's get a break. When we come back, more of Daisy, the redirect. Stay with us.
I fell outside.
What happened after you fell?
From there, he jumped over the ledge.
When you say he, who are you talking about?
Pedro.
Okay, he jumped over?
He jumped over the ledge, and he pinned my arms down with his legs, and he began to bludgeon me with the pistol, with the metal end of the pistol.
Why you wouldn't have just called the police as soon as he did that to you?
I couldn't. That's one, he would have gotten deported. Two, he wasn't allowed to be with the kids at all by himself, or when his mom wasn't around. I would have gotten the kids taken away. And that's the father of my kids. It's not like I didn't love him, I did.
And welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Kelly Craft, in today for Julia Janae. Thank you so much for being with us this afternoon. We were just listening to the defendant, Daisy Link, testifying in her own defense about the day that she was allegedly pistol whipped by her boyfriend, Pedro. Link is charged with second-degree murder for shooting and killing Pedro. This was back in June of 2022. She says that she shot in self-defense after Pedro became unhinged and dangerous. But prosecutors believe that Link was the aggressor in the relationship. Why don't we go ahead and get you back into the courtroom? Link now is facing the redirect.
Daisy, the gun that you used to shoot at Pedro, is that the same gun that Pedro split your head open with a few days before?
It was.
And when he split your head open, did you get a bunch of blood on that gun?
Yes, I did.
You were asked about their cameras in your house, and whether they capture comings and goings of people and all that stuff, right? You remember that question from a few minutes ago?
Yes.
The police have all your cameras, right?
They do.
They've had them for over 3 years now, right?
They do.
So they have all the footage that would have been on there, right?
They should, yes.
Except, of course, for the month's worth of footage which somehow got deleted while it was in their custody. They lost that, right? So supposedly they have the footage that was in there. We hope, unless they lost that too, right?
So, sustained, facts not in evidence.
So you were asked about waiting to call 911. Did you have your phone after you fired the shot?
At that moment, no.
So was there any way you could possibly call 911?
No.
Do you have a landline?
No.
Your only phone that you could use was your cell phone, right?
Yes.
And Pedro stole that from you.
Yes.
Am I correct that you called 911 as soon as you were able to get your phone?
I did.
You didn't purposely wait for anything, right? You called as soon as you could, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked whether or not Pedro had a key to your home. To your knowledge, did he have a key?
No.
But you said that he had also taken your purse, which you realized at some point, correct?
Yes, he did.
Had he also broken a window to gain access to your house, to your knowledge?
Yes, the window in the kitchen.
We know that Pedro wasn't found to have a gun after he got shot, right?
Right.
But to your knowledge, did Pedro have a gun?
On him, or?
Not on him. Did he have a gun?
Yes, he did.
So, as far as you knew, he owned a gun, he had access to a gun, correct?
Yes.
The gun that you used to fire at Pedro, it's the same gun that, as you mentioned earlier, that he beat you over the head with a few days before, right?
Yes.
He also discharged that firearm and took a shot at you that day, right?
Oh, you can answer.
Yes, he did.
Took that gun, aimed it at you, pulled the trigger, and fired, but luckily he missed.
Okay, hold on. Sustained. He's going to ask another question.
Did Pedro take a shot at you?
He did take a shot at me.
He was aiming at you?
I would assume so.
You had your back turned to him, right?
Yes, I was running away.
And you heard the shot?
We all heard it.
But luckily the shot didn't hit you.
Yeah.
And after that shot missed you, he proceeded to beat you even more over your head, right?
He began to bludgeon me.
Now, when Pedro was running towards the house, before Pedro started running towards your house to lock you out, he yelled something at you, correct?
Yeah.
What was that?
That he was gonna lock me out the house, that I was gonna sleep outside, and that, go ahead, I'm not scared to die. I'm ready to die, bitch.
So at that moment, did you believe that he was in fact going to barricade himself inside the house?
I knew he was gonna go in the house.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I knew he was going in the house.
And you have no idea what was going to happen after that, right?
No.
What you do know is that he beat you halfway to death a few days before.
Hold on. Sustained. Bleeding. He's going to ask another question.
You still had fresh wounds on your head at that moment, correct?
Yes.
And those wounds came from where?
From Pedro.
From how long before?
About 3 days prior.
Okay. And you have no idea what he was going to do once he barricaded himself inside the house, correct?
Objection asked and answered. Speculation.
Overruled.
Right.
What I thought he was gonna do.
Hold on. You answered no. You can follow up with the question.
You didn't know what he was going to do.
No.
At that moment, Pedro had been asked to leave how many times?
Approximately, I would say 4, 5.
He did not live there, right?
Not at that time, no.
That was your home, right?
It was.
You have a right to invite or disinvite whoever you want from your home.
Counsel testifying, pleading, false belief.
Sustained. He's going to ask another question.
Who decides who gets to come inside your home?
Same objection.
Who decides who gets to come inside your home?
It's a different question. Overruled. You could answer.
You would assume me.
You, right?
Yes.
Because it's your home.
Yes.
Was it anybody at that moment, that night, was that home, did it belong to anybody else other than you?
No.
Did anybody else have the right to decide who comes into that home other than yourself, to your knowledge?
No.
Was Pedro told on multiple occasions, unequivocally, to leave?
Hearsay and leaving.
Asked and answered. I'm sorry. Sustained. He's going to ask another question.
Was there anything else that you could have done, to your knowledge, to get that man to leave your home?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Judge, if I may have one question. You could have called 911 and had him arrested, right?
I didn't have my phone after that.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Lynn, you can step down. All right, folks, I just need a few minutes with the lawyers to discuss scheduling for the rest of the afternoon. If you wouldn't mind, please going back into the jury room.
All right, that's it for Daisy Link. That concludes her testimony. Let's go ahead while we have the chance to bring in our guest for this hour. Joining us now, criminal defense attorney Ryan Brown. Ryan, thank you so much for being with us today. The defendant took the stand and she was talking about the moments before she shot her longtime partner. At the end there, she did say that she was asked, could you have done anything else to get him to leave? She said no. What'd you think of her testimony?
You know, I think that she did a good job. And I think when you're in a self-defense case, the jury is going to want to, and I think the defense almost has to put the defendant on the stand. If you're going to say that you used deadly force and you didn't have a choice but to do anything else or to act any other way, the jury's going to want to know why, right? And it's never going to be perfect when you're testifying, but she's made it clear that she felt threatened. There was a pattern of abuse, and that at least in her mind, she was defending herself. And I think that's exactly what the defense needed to do in a situation like this.
And when she was asked about contacting the police when he was beating her, she mentioned things like, well, I knew that if I called the police, he could get deported. I knew about the children, and they could be taken away, and he could maybe not see them again, or that could impact me as well. So she's explaining away why, although she was being beaten by him several times, these are the reasons she did not contact authorities. How do you think that kind of testimony will sit with the jury?
I think it's going to be important in closing argument that defense counsel highlights to the jury that that she's not on trial for should she have done this, should she have done that previously, right? Like, it's very easy to sit back and second guess a victim of domestic violence and say, well, you could have done this different. Did you do this different? Why didn't you do this different, right? We've got to focus on at the time when she pulled that trigger, was she scared for her life? So sure, could she have done things different? Probably. Could most people and everyone in life have done something different at some point in life to avoid other situations? Sure. But what she's on trial for is committing murder on that day, right? And I think the defense is going to really need to highlight the fact that we're not here they need to make this she's the victim of domestic violence. We're not going to victim blame, and we're not going to say, well, she could have, would have, should have done this. Was she scared for her life? Did she defend herself in a reasonable manner? So I do think it matters, and I think they're going to have to be careful to address that in closing.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens. Ryan, thank you so much. Before we go to a break, we are on a verdict watch in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial for Bianca Ellis. You can see that clock down there, nearing 7 hours that the jurors have been out. Ellis faces up to life in prison if she is convicted of stabbing to death a 3-year-old boy and injuring his mom. This was inside a grocery store parking lot. It happened last year. We'll, of course, bring you that verdict live when it happens. And coming up, more testimony in the toxic relationship murder trial, plus Matt Johnson. He's going to join us next with all the latest from today's appeal hearing. This is for Adam Montgomery. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, Harmony Montgomery's father fights for a new trial after being convicted of her murder. We'll bring you the very latest from today's big hearing.
Closing Arguments with Vinny Politan, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Donna Adelson wasn't a regular mother.
She's the matriarch mastermind. She's just being a parent, not a killer.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rollins, season finale, Saturday night at 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
We will get you back to Daisy Link in just a moment, but now we are going to turn to New Hampshire, where an appeal hearing for convicted child killer Adam Montgomery that is underway this afternoon. Montgomery was found guilty in the murder of his 5-year-old daughter, Harmony, and was sentenced to 56 years to life in prison. Now, the New Hampshire Supreme Court is hearing oral arguments in his request for a new murder trial. For the latest, let's bring in Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson. Matt, you covered this trial. Talk about the biggest takeaways.
Yeah, you know, I mean, you have Adam Montgomery, who is deemed a career criminal. He's been convicted on several things, including his weapons charges, and also this murder case, and now he's asking the state Supreme Court for yet another trial. Last year, a New Hampshire jury found Montgomery guilty of murder, falsifying evidence, and abuse of a corpse in the death of his 5-year-old daughter, Harmony, who was beaten to death in his car when they were homeless. Her remains were moved several times, according to state's testimony, their witnesses, and the body has never been recovered. Well, today, his attorneys argued that he should be granted a new trial for 3 reasons. Take a listen.
First, the court erred in joining the July 2019 assault charge with the homicide-related charges. Second, the court erred in admitting as intrinsic evidence of other assaults in the weeks prior to the homicide and of blocking communication between HM and her mother. And lastly, these errors were not harmless beyond reasonable doubt.
Even if it were to be assumed that the trial court did commit an error, any such error was harmless beyond a reasonable doubt, given the nature of the errors alleged in this appeal and the overwhelming strength of the state's case, which consisted of eyewitness testimony, numerous witnesses who corroborated that eyewitness testimony, and a mountain of physical evidence, the summit of which held only one conclusion, and the jury reached it.
And during that trial that was in the dead center of winter in New Hampshire and New England, 47 witnesses testified during that trial that lasted 2 weeks. Montgomery did not take the stand. He didn't testify, and he actually wasn't present for the entire trial, which was also very bizarre, or the reading of the verdict.
Yeah, it was always interesting to see that graphic that you had made showing all of the days that he was not present. So talking about Kayla Montgomery's testimony, so that's kind of in question as well.
Yeah, and she was on the stand for 2 days. She didn't have to face Adam, who was her husband at the time. She was his wife and the state's star witness during the murder trial. She was also incarcerated at the time of her testimony, which is the reason why she's wearing that. During the trial, she detailed how Adam moved the body several times, according to her, and how he beat and killed Harmony. On cross-examination, she was questioned about her motives and credibility, which was the same argument today before the New Hampshire Supreme Court. Take a listen.
The homicide-related charges rested exclusively on Kayla Montgomery's version of what happened on December 7th. She had significant credibility problems. She gave multiple inconsistent statements to the police before she eventually gave a statement that led to the basis of her trial testimony. She only gave that story after she had been arrested, jailed, and was facing additional jail time.
It becomes a lot easier to credit her testimony when she says, "The look of an evil man in that car is why I didn't do more to stop him from raining blows on her face." That becomes a lot easier to buy once the rest of her testimony is credited, and very, very much of her testimony was, again, through physical evidence and then through the testimony of other witnesses.
Now, today's oral arguments, they wrapped up after about 30 minutes, but the pages, the briefs, were very lengthy in nature, and I know that you did this kind of work. The judges are taking all of this under advisement right now. There's no timeline given, but as you know, because you've done appellate work, it could take weeks, months.
Yeah, probably take some time. I would highly doubt this will be any change for them or be successful for the defendant in this case, but, you know, they're going through the process.
Exactly.
Matt, thank you so much.
Of course.
Okay, let's head back now to Florida. We have been watching the toxic relationship murder trial. This is against Daisy Link. We just watched her testimony. It was about the day that she fatally shot her boyfriend, although she says this all took place, it was self-defense. On the stand now is the defendant and victim's son, Pedro Jr. He's a minor, so we are not showing his face as he testifies. He's going to be testifying via Zoom. Let's go back in and watch that.
Pedro, can you tell us your full name? Who was your father? Pedro Jimenez? And who is your mother? Okay. So, Pedro, I want to ask you about a couple of incidents that happened about 3 years ago. Do you remember back in June of 2022, do you remember an incident where your mother got hurt? Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Okay. What can you tell me about that incident? What happened that night?
Dad, he was knocking on our door, and he changed the lock, and my mom went to go see who it was, and when she saw it was him, she didn't answer my door. She was mad, and the door was unlocked, so he opened the door, and then he called, he yelled at my mom, he said, are you cheating on me? And my mom said, no, this is my cousin. And my dad pulled a gun out from his back pocket, and he pointed the gun at my mom, and he fired a shot, but he missed, and then he grabbed my mom and started hitting her on the head over and over with a gun, and my mom snapped it out of his hand, and then David kicked it away from him, so that hit my mom, and David said they're paying for my mom, and everybody went to get out of the house.
Okay, so I want to back up a little bit. You mentioned somebody named David. Can you tell me who David is?
David was my mom's cousin.
Your mom's cousin? So David was at your mom's house that night? Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Can you tell me who else besides your mom and you and David, was there anybody else in your mom's house that night?
Yeah.
Who?
David's kids.
How many kids did David have with him?
4.
4 kids? And what about your sister? Was she there too?
Yeah.
Okay. So it was you, your sister, David's kids, David, and your mom were at your mom's house, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, your dad showed up, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, at some point, you said that your dad was beating on your mom. Was he hitting her with something?
Yeah, he was hitting her with the one with the gun.
With what?
With the one with the gun.
Okay. Do you know how many times he hit her?
Like 5 times.
Okay. At some point, did he stop?
And only after my mom knocked the gun out of his hand.
So after the gun was knocked out of his hands, do you know if he ever got it back? If your dad ever got the gun back?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, and what happened when he got it back?
He went there and stayed with me without being
Can you say it? Pedro, can you move your hands from your mouth so I can hear you? Can you repeat that for me, please?
He went the next day, but he didn't bring the gun. He just said good night to us, to me and my sister. Wait, I'm not sure if he got a gun or not, but I remember he said good night to me and my sister, because we were watching a TV show in our mom's room, said, stop, come around, and my dad bolted out the door, and he said, no, I'll lose my career.
Now this, what you just told me right now, this is on a different day than the day that your dad hit your mom with a gun, correct? Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. I want to go back to the first day again. When your dad was hitting your mom, did you, at any point, did you say anything to him?
Yeah.
What did you say to your dad? You asked him to stop?
Yeah.
All right. So on the other day where the police came to the house, do you remember that? And do you remember when it was that?
Judge, I'm going to object.
I'm sorry, buddy. You said but I just want to make sure. What you just said, was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, so you remember when the police were at the house, right? Do you remember when the police took your mom?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what you remember about that, about them taking your mom?
So, me and my sister, I woke up to screaming when I was three, and I woke up my sister, and I told her, do you hear that? And she says, yeah. So we go to see what the noise was, and we see our mom, and then police officers are putting her in handcuffs. And they're saying, my mom is saying, I didn't do anything wrong, and they're just taking her away and telling her to be quiet. So I put her on the car, and she starts screaming at us, saying so she starts screaming at me and my sister. She says, oh, we're going to take me away, guys. And me and my sister, we get scared, and the police officer says, you want to see my passport? And me and my sister say, yeah, sure. So we go home and we're walking to the passport, and we get in, and he says, it's cool, and we say, yeah. And then he let us play with the light, but then we have to go back inside. We go close off the door, pull out the sides when we're looking.
Okay. Now, before this happened, had your mom put you and your sister in the bedroom? Is that a yes? Say that again?
Yes.
Okay. Did she lock you guys in the bedroom?
Yeah.
Now, I have a very important, serious question for you. I need you to tell the truth, all right? Do you know how to unlock the door when your mom locks you in the bedroom? Okay. You figured out how to do it, I guess. All right. All right, thank you, Pedro. Those are all the questions I have for right now. All right. Thanks. Sorry, buddy. You just nodded.
All right, listening to the son on the stand, not the easiest to hear. He is testifying via a Zoom, but we did hear him say that he witnessed his father beating his mom with a gun. But we're going to continue to follow this. We're going to have more of Pedro Jr.'s testimony in what we're calling the toxic relationship murder trial. We got to take a short break. We'll be back. And welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Kelly Craft. Self-defense or murder? That's the question in the toxic relationship murder trial. This is for the defendant, Daisy Link. Prosecutors say the Florida woman murdered her boyfriend, Pedro Jimenez. But Link says she was acting in self-defense. Right now, Pedro Jimenez Jr., the son of the defendant and the victim, he has been testifying. He's on Zoom. He's a minor, so we are not showing his face. But we're able to listen to a bit of his testimony. Let's go back in for more.
I have to ask you this stuff because the court reporter is writing everything down, so they need to hear the word yes. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Very briefly, Judge.
You can cross.
Thank you. Hey, buddy. How you doing? I just have a couple questions for you, okay? Do you know why you're in court today? Why are you in court today?
The night that everything happened and to get my mom out of where she is right now.
To get your mom out of where she is right now? Do you know where she is right now? When your dad lived, or wasn't on the roads, he was a trucker, right? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Your dad was a trucker, right? And when he wasn't home, or when he wasn't on the road, he lived with you, right?
Everybody didn't live there.
What do you mean by that?
He didn't live there. He lived with his truck, but he would come visit us, me and my sisters and friends.
Yeah, when he wasn't in his truck, he would stay at your house, right? Is that a yes?
Stay at his mom's house.
Okay. Do you remember talking to me yesterday? Do you remember telling me something different yesterday? Do you? I'm asking you. I can't answer for you. Okay. You live with your grandma right now, right? Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Sorry, you remember my friend from yesterday with the long hair? He needs to make sure that we get everything on the record, okay? And you live with your grandma, right?
Yeah.
And your grandma wasn't there when your dad hit your mom, right? You talk to your grandma about once a week about what happened, right? Is that a yes?
Yeah.
And sometimes you forget about what happens that day, right? And when you forget about that day, your grandma tells you what happened, right?
Yeah.
Even though she wasn't there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, no further questions, Coach.
All right, can you redirect?
Hey, Pedro. So, when we're doing this trial process, I ask the questions first, then Alex asks the questions, and now I get to ask the questions again, so that's why I'm doing this again. You said that you talked to your grandmother, or your grandmother talks to you about what happened, right? Now, I want to be clear. Everything that you told us here today, is it something that somebody else told you to say, or is this what you remember? Okay, so when you were asked a moment ago about your grandmother correcting you, what are we talking about when you said that?
Like, I was like, sometimes I would say something wrong, like, and she would say, oh, that's not how this is wrong.
Can you give me an example? thought that your dad tried to shoot your mom twice, but it was only once, right? And he missed. And you saw that happen, right? Do you remember what it sounded like when he fired the shot?
Yeah.
Was it, what was, can you describe it for me?
It wasn't like deep, like, it was like,
Okay. All right, thank you for answering my questions. And listen, for whatever it's worth, whatever happens, you're going to be just fine. You believe me? Good. All right, thanks, buddy.
All right, why don't we go ahead and bring in criminal defense attorney Ryan Brown. Okay, Ryan, gosh, what a terrible situation for this little boy to be in. At the end there, you hear counsel telling him and saying to him, you know, whatever happens here, you're going to be just fine. So it's just always such a tough thing to hear little children, but we don't have any guests right now because his feed appears to be frozen, so technical difficulties. But meanwhile, we're going to take a break. We're going to see if we can fix that for you, and then we'll come back and get his insight.
I'm going to ask you a lot of intensely personal questions. How do you explain it? The worst crime anyone can imagine. Do you feel like you took the fall for this murder? Tell me in your own words, what happened? Let's get started.
Interview with a Killer. New season premieres Saturday, October 25th. Only on Court TV.
welcome back. We are going to go back to Miami for more testimony in the toxic relationship murder trial for defendant Daisy Link. Prosecutors say that she shot and killed her partner, Pedro Jimenez, in June of 2022. Now, the defense says that Jimenez was, quote, unhinged and out of control, and that Daisy shot him in self-defense. Let's go back into the courtroom now. The defense is about to wrap up their case in front of the jury. Let's go ahead and watch that.
Is there anything else that you wish to present?
No, Your Honor. At this time, the defense rests.
All right, folks, so the defense has rested. If the state wishes to put on a rebuttal case, they're allowed to do that. And so I'll ask the state if they're going to put on a rebuttal case.
Yes, Judge. At this time, the state calls Detective Wilson to the stand.
Detective Wilson.
Wilson?
Yeah, Wilson.
Okay, well, the defense rested. And so now what we're hearing is that the state is going to put on a rebuttal case, going to bring in some witnesses here. I believe they're going to bring in some law enforcement witnesses. When they do, we will bring that to you. But let's go ahead and bring in criminal defense attorney Ryan Brown. Okay, Ryan. So I want to ask you about the young man that was on the stand. This is the victim's son as well as the defendant's son. Hard testimony to listen to from him because he was testifying about the abuse that he says his mother suffered at the hands of his father. Do you think his testimony was helpful to the defendant in this case?
Yeah, it's always hard listening to a child testify, certainly, and even harder to question them many times, whether you're the prosecutor or the defense. But, you know, children can be really powerful witnesses. Sure, they can be coached to lie and all that stuff, but lawyers are really good about kind of figuring that out ahead of time. But when you have a kid up there telling the truth and talking about a dad who is mean to mommy and beats up on mommy, that is really powerful, right? And it's going to be a sympathetic witness no matter what. And I think that the defense did a great job. And, you know, the state has a hard time with that. You know what? You can't, it's very hard to challenge a child's testimony, right? It's a great challenge for lawyers on both sides. So I do think it was helpful to the defense, however.
Yeah, I think so too, Ryan. Okay, we are getting word now that the state's rebuttal witness, the first one, has taken the stand. He's a detective. His name is Angel Wilson, or it's a woman. It's a woman. So let's go back in and listen to the female detective who has taken the stand.
Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Detective Angel Wilson.
Detective Wilson, what department do you work for?
Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
A little under 21 years.
And what assignment are you currently assigned to today?
The Homicide Bureau.
Back on June 25th, 2022, what was your assignment?
I was assigned to the Special Victims Bureau within the Domestic Violence Unit.
Now, do you know the defendant Daisy Link in this case?
Do I know her? No, I do not.
Did you ever come into an interaction or were you ever present with her when she was at the station on June 25th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Who was present at the station at that time?
Detective Janoris.
Why were you at the station?
So in homicide, they have like a ride-along type of thing that they allow you to do if you are slated to come over to homicide or if you have interest in becoming a homicide detective, kind of like a shadowing program.
So you were shadowing?
Yes.
Were you shadowing anyone in particular?
So essentially, I was shadowing on a different squad, Sergeant Goldberg's team. However, Sergeant Waite's team at the time had got a fresh case. So I went over to go watch the interrogation.
Okay, and who was at the interrogation? Who did you go watch?
So Detective Cruz and Detective Janoris.
Was the defendant Daisy Link there with them?
Yes.
Now, did there ever come any time where you and the defendant were together at any point?
Yes.
Please explain.
So in one incident, I believe I assisted with putting cuffs on the defendant for the purpose of either the bathroom and or fingerprints. And I also went with Detective Janoris to take her to get fingerprinted as well as to use the ladies' room.
So let's talk about when you went to go with her to get fingerprinted. Who was there with you as well as the defendant? Was there anyone else there?
Just the individuals that work in that area.
So who did you go with besides the defendant to go fingerprint
Oh, I'm
her?
sorry, Detective Janoris. I'm sorry.
Was she there the entire time with you?
Yes.
Okay. When she went to get fingerprinted, did you say anything to her?
No.
Did she say
Not that I
anything to you?
recall.
Sorry, go ahead. Did she say anything to you?
No, not that I recall.
All right, let's talk about the incident. You said you also went with them to the bathroom.
Yes.
Was Detective Janoris with you the entire time as well?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And what happened at the bathroom?
Detective Janoris and I were having a conversation. She was asking me where do I work, and I told her that I worked in the DV unit, and we talked about possibly taking a previous class together because she looked familiar to me, and so I was trying to figure out where I knew her face from.
When you guys were having this conversation, where was the defendant?
In the bathroom stall.
So is this a conversation that she overheard?
Possibly, since she was in the restroom with us.
What happened when she came out of the bathroom stall?
She asked me, or alluded to me being a domestic violence detective, or asking me was I.
Okay. And what did you respond?
I told her that I was.
Okay. And anything else that she asked or you said to her?
She proceeded to talk about being like a victim of domestic violence.
And what did you say to her?
That she needed to talk to them about that she needed to talk to them, meaning the detectives, the homicide detectives.
Did you try to continue that interaction that she was trying to get you to speak to you about?
No.
Did you at any point discuss anything else with her?
No.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
Hello. So Ms. Link told you she was a victim of domestic violence, and you directed her to speak to somebody else, correct?
Essentially, yes.
Was Detective Janoris in the same room when this happened?
She was within the bathroom.
Okay, is it a big bathroom, a small bathroom?
Depends on what. It's a public bathroom, so it's like a 3-stall bathroom on the second floor of the office.
Now, you accompanied them for Ms. Link to get her fingerprints taken, correct?
Yes.
Where is the fingerprinting station in relation to the bathroom that you all were in?
Down the hall on the first floor. And so, okay, the bathroom is on the second floor across from the homicide office. Her interview was conducted in the robbery office, which is across the hall from homicide, but just a little bit further down. So then we walked her downstairs to the elevator to the first floor so she could get fingerprinted.
So you are, right now, currently, you are a homicide detective.
That's correct.
But back in June of 2022, you were a domestic violence detective.
That's correct.
And in fact, you said that in the bathroom in front of Detective Janoris when Ms. Link talked to you. You said, I'm a homicide. It was said that you were a homicide, domestic violence detective.
Well, coming up, more testimony in the toxic relationship murder trial of Daisy Link. Stay tuned. You're watching Court TV Live. Your front row seat to justice. We're coming back.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Judge Ashley Wilcott, of course, honored to be with you. We are tracking several major trials today here at Court TV. First, in Ohio, deliberations continue in the murder trial of Bianca Ellis. A jury is deciding whether she knew right from wrong when she fatally stabbed a 3-year-old and injured his mother. We will bring you that verdict live when it happens. In Wisconsin, closing arguments begin tomorrow in the trial against Paris Larry Jr. He declined to testify earlier today, and he was just 14 years old when prosecutors say he was involved in a shooting that killed a woman while she was taking out the trash at her apartment. In Michigan, Ashley Monroe is back in court to learn her sentence after the car she was driving plowed into a crowd of people. 2 died while 14 others were injured. Prosecutors say that Monroe was pregnant and drunk at the time. We will take you into that courtroom later today. And in Florida, we are watching the state's rebuttal case for defendant Daisy Link. She's accused of fatally shooting her boyfriend, but she says she did it in self-defense. Let's take you back inside of that courtroom now, where Detective Angel Wilson is testifying on cross-examination by the defense.
To Detective Janoris when I said that. I was answering Detective Janoris' question.
Okay, so there's no question, in your mind at least, Detective Janoris knew that you were a domestic violence detective at that moment.
That's correct.
Okay. And you accompanied Detective Janoris to have Daisy Link fingerprinted, correct?
Yes.
Did you accompany her on the way back for Daisy Link to sit in the interview room?
Yes, I accompanied her back to the robbery office.
Okay. Other than Detective Janoris, was there anybody else there with Daisy Link during that process that we just talked about?
The process has been going to get fingerprinted and coming back, going and coming back?
Yes, ma'am.
Not that I recall, besides the people who work in the fingerprint office.
Is there a department procedure that you all are supposed to follow when you're escorting somebody in custody to get their fingerprints taken?
The procedure. You have anything specific regarding the procedure?
Well, I don't know if you remember, you and I spoke on Monday, right?
Correct.
So what I'm talking about is, as far as when you're taking somebody to get fingerprinted, is there something you're supposed to do? Is it supposed to be 2 people escorting her? Can one person escort her? How does that work?
There's usually at least 2. Sometimes there's more, depending on if the person's combative or whatnot. I've seen more than 2 go, but at least 2.
Okay. All right. So you were, even though you were shadowing, you were asked to accompany for that purpose, correct?
Yes, I'm essentially still a police officer / detective.
Now, as a homicide detective, as part of your investigation, it's important to make notes of things and document as much as possible so that you have a full picture and so that the investigation is complete, correct?
Yes.
And part of that is listing all officers who take part in the investigation, correct?
Somewhat, correct.
Like, for example, if you're at a crime scene, isn't there a list where all officers are supposed to document, getting to the crime scene, leaving the crime scene, what they did on the crime scene, things of that nature?
I think you're referring to like a crime scene log. Our department doesn't use a crime scene log. The officer who responds initially will document what other officers was dispatched, and it'll be listed in the report, but there's no actual log that we use.
And other than documenting who's involved with what in an investigation, there are many reasons for that, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. One of the reasons is you want to have a thorough and well-documented investigation, right?
Yes.
And you also have certain obligations that you need to turn over to the state attorney's office, which they in turn need to turn over to defense of the person being charged. So that plays into everything as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why it was that you were not listed as a person somewhat involved in this case until this past?
Speculation.
I'd like to finish my question, please. Do you know why it is that you were not listed as a person having information on this case until 3 days ago?
No, I wouldn't know.
You can answer.
No, I wouldn't know why another person didn't do something.
So you would agree that you should have been listed from the beginning, correct?
I've also not listed in some of my reports before. It could have been human error that you forgot to list it
Human error is inevitable, right?
at some point in time.
But would you agree that the correct thing in this case would have been to list you and list what your role was in this case from the get-go, as it was done with every other officer? Yes?
I don't.
You're not sure?
I don't think it's definitive yes or definitive no. I can see where you're coming from, but I know from other investigations that I've been a part of, whether I was the lead or not, that every single person is not listed in a detective's report. It depends on the role that they played in the investigation. If they have no investigative, they didn't do anything substantial in the case, then they're not necessarily listed in my report. They may be listed somewhere else. Me as in the detective, it may be listed somewhere else, like the dispatcher may have them in the audit trail that they respond to, something along those lines.
But it would be listed somewhere, right? So would you agree that it was not correct for it not to be listed anywhere and for no notice to be given about your involvement until we are midway through a trial? That's not the right way to do it, correct?
I can't say I agree with you wholeheartedly.
I understand. No further questions. Thank you.
See if there's any redirect.
Detective Wilson, were you involved in any way in this investigation?
No.
Back on June 25th, 2022?
No, I was not.
Did you do anything substantive with this case?
No, I did not.
Were you involved in any collection of evidence?
No.
Were you involved in any speaking to the defendant during interrogations?
No.
What, if anything, were you doing at that interview or in that office that day?
I was shadowing, observing.
Okay. Now, we were also asked about homicide detectives and DV detectives. Can you please explain to the jury how is it that DV detectives get involved versus homicide detectives?
So essentially, if you have a case where there's a report of like domestic violence, whether it's a simple battery or an aggravated battery or even like an attempted murder, but it's related to like a domestic incident, a domestic violence detective would respond. If the person is expected to survive, that would be completely a domestic violence detective. The road officer will call the Special Victims Bureau. We would screen the call and determine if we need to respond or if we will come out later. But as far as homicide being involved in a domestic case, the person would have had to sustain life-threatening injuries where the doctor is deeming that the person is not expected to survive. Then at that point, I would brief the homicide detectives, and then they would take over the investigation. If the person did not have, if they were expected to survive their injuries, it would never go to homicide. So essentially, only a DV detective would respond. Homicide would never respond.
So in this case, because a person didn't survive, would there have been a DV detective?
No, unless they were transported and they were still viable at the time.
Okay. And any other interaction that you had with the defendant besides that you mentioned earlier?
No, not that I recall.
Did you try and shut down the conversation that was being said to you at that time?
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
You can step down. Any other rebuttal witnesses?
Stay home.
Coming up, we will have more testimony in the toxic relationship murder trial of Daisy Link. And later, Ashley Monroe faces sentencing after pleading no contest in connection to a crash that killed 2 people and injured several others.
The community that defendant be held responsible for her choices that day, because this was murder, that she be responsible for the number of lives she's impacted that will carry on, as someone pointed out, generationally for this side and this side.
We'll bring you that hearing in just a bit. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, Harmony Montgomery's father fights for a new trial after being convicted of her murder. We'll bring you the very latest from today's big hearing.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Donna Adelson wasn't a regular mother.
She's the matriarch mastermind. She's just being a parent, not a killer.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rollins. Season finale, Saturday night at 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Back now to Florida for the toxic relationship murder trial. Daisy Link is accused of fatally shooting her partner in the leg during an argument back in June of 2022. The bullet hit an artery, which caused Pedro Jimenez to bleed out and die on the scene. But the defense is claiming self-defense, saying Jimenez was blacked out of his mind on cocaine, weed, and alcohol at the time. The final witness for the state's rebuttal case has just taken the stand. This is an investigator who examined Daisy Link's cell phone. Let's get you back into court.
Right there. It's only been a few days, but might as well. Just swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth. Thank you. Sorry,
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you mind just reintroducing yourself to the jury, please?
Yes, my name is Sergio Cremosini.
And can you remind them where you work?
The Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, Homicide Bureau.
And can you remind me what your involvement in this case was?
I conducted a cellular telephone examination.
And do you recall whose cell phone you extracted?
It was an individual identified as Daisy Link.
Now, I want to ask you a handful of specific questions. Technology. Is it ever changing or is it pretty stagnant?
It changes, at least in regards to cell phones.
When it comes to cell phone technology and extracting the cell phone technology, can you tell us a little bit about the technology change over time?
In regards to obtaining the information or processing the information?
Both.
So there can be updates into what exactly, like which specific devices are available that we can conduct an examination. And then on the processing side, there is updates that are generally done that can yield additional or new information.
Now, in 2022 versus now, is the technology that is able to extract and read the data on a phone better?
So as it relates to the device in this case, the technology that extracts the information or pretty much copies it from the device is the same. However, the processing part of the software has been updated.
Okay. Would you say it's better?
It essentially interprets or provides a little bit more data than what it initially does, yes.
Okay. Now, I want to focus on a handful of things, but you extracted this phone in 2022, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you also do it more recently than that?
I didn't do an additional extraction, but I did do an additional processing of the actual extraction file. Yes.
Sorry to cut you off. Can you just explain to the jury what that means a little bit?
Sure. So if an easy way to think of it is if you were to take the data from a cell phone that's obtained during a forensic extraction, consider that a library. And within a library, you have different sections and different books in all the different sections of the library. What the updates to these softwares do is that if we were to hypothetically think that in 2022, all the books that we were able to read were in English and Spanish, and then as time progresses, the ability to interpret new languages is obtained, which is pretty much how that technology evolves. So it doesn't provide new information that wasn't there to begin with. It just allows for the ability to essentially interpret beyond what it initially did.
And you reinterpreted the data from that extraction?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury again what hash marks are?
So a hash is essentially, it's like a digital fingerprint that you can conduct on a file. It could be a file, it could be a folder. And pretty much if anything within that file changes, then that value or that hash is going to be different, letting you know that the actual contents are not the same.
Did you verify those hashes from the 2022 reading of that data versus when you did it a few weeks ago?
So the hash of the original extraction is the same. Are you asking in relation to a specific file, or?
I will in a minute.
Okay.
But the actual data was the same, is that correct?
Yes, that initial, so to speak, copy of the library, that has a hash value as well, and that is the same, it has not changed.
Now, specifically and what I have up, I'm going to ask you to sit down in a moment, videos on the defendant's phone. from June 1st of 2022 up and through the incident date of June 25th, 2022, were you able to confirm that the same data that was on this phone was the same as 2022 as it was in 2025?
Yes, so I compared the hash values because aside from there being a hash on the overall library, there's also a hash that's assigned to each individual file.
Okay. I'm sorry, continue.
So I did a comparison of the hash values that were generated in 2022 and then compared it to the hash values now. And yes, all of those videos are the same.
Okay, if permission for the witness to sit down?
Yes.
If you don't mind coming down here. Can you just remind the jury what actually we're looking at here?
So this is going to be one of the softwares, essentially the report that's generated with the data from the phone.
Okay. Can you do me a favor and just tell us to the jury the created date right there?
June 18, 2022.
Good. Just go forward. And the next date?
June 22nd, 2022.
The next date?
June 24th, 2022.
And again, is that June 24th, 2022?
Yes.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Okay, you can have a seat. Let's see if there's any crosses.
I don't have any questions.
Okay, you can step down. All right, State, do you have any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so you're resting on your low case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so both sides have arrested. Lisette made you coffee anyway and snacks, so we'll just take it back there. Feel free to take us whatever you want home if you want. If you want the little shot of colada, go for it. We're going to end early for today. So
let me bring in former Deputy Public Defender Philip Dubé, who is joining this hour. Always great to see you, Philip. Talk to me about, this is a rebuttal witness called by the prosecution regarding the cell phone data on Link, the defendant's phone. As a rebuttal witness, your thoughts?
I'm going to be really honest with you. I have no idea what this witness contributed at all to the body of evidence, other than to suggest that maybe certain things were not transmitted between her and him before or even during the purported homicide. I truly do not understand how it's even relevant or what it's even rebutting, because ultimately that is the heart of their rebuttal case, is that something that the defense presented made it necessary for the prosecution to come back on rebuttal.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. They're doing this on the rebuttal case. And let's talk about the witness prior to this. This is Detective Wilson. And part of what I wanted to ask you about was the cross-examination by the defense on that witness, because one of the things he ended with was bringing out with the witness that you weren't listed as a person with information in this case until 3 days ago. And isn't that wrong? And wasn't this the wrong thing to happen? And she really couldn't answer that. But at the end of the day, he did bring out that they didn't know about her being a witness with information until 3 days before the trial. Significant or not?
To be honest with you, I think it's sort of a red herring. It makes it look like the prosecution was hiding the ball, but the truth be told, that this particular witness was not really percipient to anything. It seemed like she was more of like a wing woman, almost in training or as a co-pilot to the other officer who was on scene or who took charge of the investigation. So it was almost as if she was there in a training sort of capacity to learn from whoever has been on the job for a lot longer and who is more senior. But I don't think it moved the ball at all. I really don't. If anything, all it really showed is that the prosecution was remiss in disclosing what I call a collateral witness.
Right, and I thought that was probably the point, right? Yeah. Just to bring up that, look what the prosecution didn't do. What else have they hidden from you, jury? Now, where do you stand, Philip? We heard the mother testify. I found her testimony credible, but also part of her testimony was that she said the victim had turned around and was going to barricade or block her door. So to me, that admits the direction he was going. I don't know that there's been a proving of intentional murder in this case, but she's charged with second degree. Where do you think this case stands now?
Well, first of all, if the jury believes that she was pistol whipped or about to be pistol whipped, that is the functional equivalent of getting a barbell to the head. or getting a lead pipe to the head. That is a deadly weapon under the circumstances. And even if she wasn't battered or abused in the past, but let's just pretend she wasn't, that is enough to want to defend yourself, because a pistol, a metal pistol, can absolutely break your skull wide open. And if there is that immediate threat of that coming at her, it is fair game, particularly in the state of Florida, to stand your ground and protect your life with lethal force. That is the nature of stand your ground. You do not have to retreat, particularly if you're within your own castle.
And she also testified that she was trying to scare him. She didn't mean to shoot him, and she did shoot him in the leg. She was shooting at the ground, she said, which makes sense that if she was really shooting at the ground and kind of missed, that it hit the leg. So it is going to be a lot, I think, for this jury to really delve in and mince the words to figure out what they believe happened in this case, self-defense or not. Philip, stand by. We need to take a break. And coming up next, we will turn to the state of Michigan for a sentencing hearing for Ashley Monroe. She pleaded no contest to drunk driving, listen to this, while she was pregnant and crashing into a group of pedestrians, killing 2. We will have that sentencing hearing for you next. Now, as the victims' families are not holding back during their victim impact statements.
Oh, not killed him. You murdered him. Let's get that straight. He had only been married to his wife, Erica, for 5 months. They planned on having children. Ashley, because of you, I don't get those grandchildren. Because of you, Ashley, I don't get any more Christmases, Thanksgivings, birthdays, no more holidays, period.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ashley Wilcott. We have breaking news. The jury has now reached a verdict in the murder trial against Bianca Ellis. You can see the clock has stopped. 8 hours, 7 minutes, quite a while they've been deliberating. As you may know, Ellis does face up to life in prison if she is convicted of stabbing to death a 3-year-old child. She also stabbed the mother, but the mother did survive. This happened in a grocery store parking lot just last year, and she was claiming insanity at the time of the stabbing. Let's bring back in former public defender Philip Dubé. Big news, a verdict, but 8 hours, Philip, is a long time for the jury to be deliberating. What are your initial thoughts?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. On a personal level, I think that lady was insane at the time. She did not know the difference between right and wrong. And there is a misunderstanding about how many psychotic people present in the world when they're untreated and unmedicated. Obviously, Bianca was not medicated, because if she was at therapeutic levels, she would not have committed the crime, because she would have been obviously calm and balanced and grounded and had her wits about her. But if she was in fact off her meds, everybody envisions that wild beast just coming at you with a screwdriver, a knife, a gun, or anything that they can get their hands on. But in fact, they can come off as being outwardly calm, but internally struggling with delusion. And in her mind, she is seeing something that she needs to combat and resist so that she is not overcome by what she perceives to be a threat. It could be fire-breathing dragons for all we know. So what does she do? She quietly gets the knife. She goes out and about her business, waiting for the right time to get that fire-breathing dragon so it doesn't get her first. So to a jury, it might seem like that this is just the mind of a killer, but to a clinician, it is somebody who is experienced with the diseased mind from the effects of schizophrenia and delusional disorder.
But I do have to mention, they each had experts, and the experts did not agree as to that point. So this jury has to parse that out. They have to say, was it a mental health illness, like it is schizophrenia, she wasn't on her meds, or did that also mean that she could not distinguish right from wrong? I do want to mention this, Philip, that the judge anticipates coming back into court at 4:20 p.m. Eastern time for that verdict. We're going to be there for every minute. Let me ask you this, because part of what you just alluded to me is the fact that the jury might consider all of the different steps that the defendant took very calmly. To your point, we saw the video of her going in and picking out a knife, not randomly picking a knife, but it looked like going through knives to pick a knife. We saw her calmly walking into the grocery store and going down the aisle. And after, there she is with the knife in her hand. And then after she passed the victim and the little boy who was stabbed to death, she turned around in that aisle and then followed them, waited until that mother paid for groceries. Here it is. She's walking down the aisle. You could see the cart swerves to miss her. She turns around. She starts to follow them. They still have to go pay for the groceries and exit the store. She follows them. But then in the parking lot, Philip, she doesn't go right behind them. She's not 2 feet behind them. She kind of goes to the right, around cars, back through the parking lot, getting back to them at the back of the car and then stabbing. And before she stabbed, the mother testified that she hit the back of a car with a knife. And so when you hear all of these things, I think this jury is going to struggle not feeling like that's premeditated and that she knew what she was doing. Those are just my thoughts. Your response?
Remember what the standard is, Judge Ashley, and that is that because of a mental illness, the person could not distinguish right from wrong. And there are various stages of the mental illness. They have what's called a prodromal, which is sort of like the onset, the early stages where the patient is having a hard time adapting to it. And then they have the residual stage of mental illness. If they've been living with it and struggling with it, particularly while unmedicated in the latter part of life or later in life, they know how to adjust their behavior. But internally, They are hallucinating and delusional. So she thinks she's in control of the situation, that she's going to get the banshee, she's going to get the gargoyle, she's going to get the monster, she's going to get the pariah and get it first before it gets her. But to the casual observer, to the well mind, such as a jury of 12 people, they think, well, this is just an intentional act. So that's why you need the experts to come in and explain the survival instincts of the residually mentally psychotic defendant in this particular case. If you don't do that, then yes, it looks like you just have a woman at large looking for the right moment to strike people randomly, and that she's a danger to society. The truth is she belongs in a mental institution and medicated to therapeutic levels and needs to be held there long enough so she can manage the disease, because otherwise she is a danger.
And the jury wouldn't know what might happen to her in either case or what her sentence might look like, because that's not information to be presented at this stage. But that's what the jury has to decide. Again, 8 hours, 7 minutes. That's how long they deliberated. 4:20 p.m. Eastern time is when we've been told they will come in for that verdict to be delivered. Of course, we will keep our eye on that. If they come back sooner, we will get you right into court, but we will definitely be there at the time of the verdict. For now, while we wait, we do want to turn back to Michigan, where a woman accused of driving into a crowd of people is back in court today. Ashley Monroe is accused of driving drunk last May when she drove her car into a group of pedestrians, killing 2 and injuring 16 others. Monroe, who was also pregnant at the time with her 5th child, then fled the scene before being apprehended a few miles away. Before we take you inside the courtroom, here is Court TV field reporter Cody Thomas with more on the background of this case.
Ashley Monroe was pregnant with her 5th child when prosecutors say she got behind the wheel of her SUV drunk and plowed into a large family walking home from a rural park near Lansing, Michigan. 14 people, half of them younger than 8, were badly injured. 2 were killed. 30-year-old Jonathan Esch was married and a paramedic for Lansing Township. 42-year-old Daniel Harris was married with 4 kids. His wife and 5-year-old son are among the injured. Sheriff's deputies say Monroe didn't stop when she hit the group, but they soon caught up with her.
Her car was located with severe damage to the front passenger side, consistent with witness statements, as well as blood, hair, and other tissue.
Monroe's blood alcohol level was more than twice the legal limit. Police say an empty bottle of Crown Royal was in her purse. Originally facing 15 charges for the deadly crash, Monroe has entered a plea of no contest on 9 charges, while 6 are dismissed. The mandatory minimum sentence she faces is 30 years behind bars.
Now remember this, she killed 2, she injured 14 others. She pled no contest. This is now sentencing. How would you imagine feeling if you were one of those victims' family members? Well, let's see how they do. Let's go back into court for the start of the sentencing hearing.
From my office.
Thank you. Right, so again, this is the date and time set for sentencing in this matter. I note that back on August 13th, 2025, the defendant, Ms. Monroe, pled no contest to a series of offenses. I'll list them here briefly. They are all listed in the pre-sentence investigation report, but she pled no contest to a count 1, operating while intoxicated, causing serious injury. This has a maximum penalty of 5 years. There's a count 2, operating while intoxicated, causing serious injury. This also has a maximum penalty of 5 years incarceration. Count 3, operating while intoxicated, causing serious injury, also has a maximum penalty of 5 years and was subject to a no contest plea. Count 4, Ms. Monroe pled no contest, and it is operating while intoxicated, causing serious injury, again with a maximum penalty of 5 years incarceration. Count 5, same count, same charge with the same maximum penalty of 5 years incarceration. Count 6, same charge with a maximum penalty of 5 years incarceration. Count 7, same charge with a maximum penalty of 5 years incarceration. Count 8, operating while intoxicated, causing serious injury, same charge with a maximum penalty of 5 years incarceration. That's count 8, and then count 9 is homicide, murder, second degree, which has a maximum penalty of life imprisonment. There was a plea agreement by which the defendant, Ms. Monroe, entered her no contest plea to. That plea agreement is listed in the pre-sentence investigation report, and that report was authored by MDOC Agent Prokaska, dated September 29th, 2025. I will begin with the defense and ask, have you had the opportunity to receive and review the pre-sentence investigation report, and additionally, have you gone over it with your client, Ms. Monroe?
Your Honor, we can acknowledge receipt of the pre-sentence investigation report. In addition, my office has had the opportunity to review the report as well as review the report with Ms. Monroe.
All right, thank you. Ms. Monroe, I have a question for you, and that is, if you had questions or concerns about the content of the pre-sentence investigation report, were you able to discuss those questions or concerns, if you had any, with your counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Turning to the people, Ms. Martinez, have the people had the opportunity to also receive and review that pre-sentence investigation report?
We have, Your Honor.
Thank you. From the people's standpoint, were there any changes to be made other than the sentencing date, which I will change right now on my copy to 10/15/2025? Were there any other changes that needed to be addressed in the body of the report from the people's standpoint?
Your Honor, in consideration of the additional 6 days it's been since the, 8 days it's been since the original sentencing date, the defendant is now entitled to 515 days credit versus 507 days credit.
Is there any objection to adding?
All right, we're going to stop there because we do need to take a break. Coming up, though, we will have more of the sentencing for Ashley Monroe in Michigan. Also still ahead, that jury has reached a verdict in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial of Bianca Ellis after 8+ hours of deliberating. We expect the jury to read their verdict at 4:20 p.m. Eastern Time. And, of course, we will bring it to you live right here on Court TV. Don't go anywhere.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, Harmony Montgomery's father fights for a new trial after being convicted of her murder. We'll bring you the very latest from today's big hearing.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Donna Adelson wasn't a regular mother.
She's the matriarch mastermind. She's just being a parent, not a killer.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rollins, season finale, Saturday night at 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Back now to Michigan for today's sentencing hearing in the case against Ashley Monroe. She pled no contest back in August to 9 counts related to a fatal drunk driving incident last year where 2 people were killed and more than a dozen were injured. Monroe was pregnant at the time of that deadly crash. Right now, we want to get you back inside the courtroom where the court is about to hear victim impact statements by the victim's family.
We have 10 people who would like to address the court today. The first one would be Jennifer Evans.
Ms. Evans, please come on up.
My name is Jennifer. I am the mother of Annabelle and Eloise, daughter of Carolyn, aunt to Madeline and Mackenzie, cousin to Jessica, Dan, Aurora, Gabriel, Henry, Ivan, David, Monica, and Daisy, and Jonathan and Erica. Thank you, Your Honor, for the opportunity to speak today. Waukusta, Michigan is a place of magic and childhood wonder, much like that of the Tooth Fairy or the Easter Bunny. A warm nostalgia and safety that can't be captured or recreated in adulthood. Playing glitter fairies at the Waukusta Elementary's Dream Depot. The glow of Christmas lights while decorating Grandma's sugar cookies. Easter eggs filled with coins and chocolates hidden around the yard. Learning to skip rocks on the Looking Glass River and walks to the general store for Laffy Taffy, Tootsie Pops, and much to my mother's dismay, candied cigarettes. 4 generations have loved, learned, and grown here. On May 18th, we continued that tradition with our youngest generation. A walk I've taken more times than I can count, to a park that holds more memories than I can do justice. Our place of magic became a place of chaos, destruction, and death due to Miss Monroe's reckless and selfish choices. Children lost their father, wives lost their husbands, parents lost their sons, and multiple generations lost the life they had known only moments before. The damage was catastrophic and the reach exponential, impacting family, friends, and the whole community. My first memory following the impact was the desperate need to get to my daughters, Annabelle aged 6 and Eloise aged 3. Only that wasn't possible due to the severity of my injuries. I spent a month to the day at Sparrow. I spent an additional 5.5 weeks at Origami's assisted living rehabilitation facility. I was separated from my daughters for nearly 10 weeks. On Friday, May 17th, I was a single mother and first grade teacher, caring for my own daughters and guiding 23 other children each day. 24 short hours later, I could not floss my own teeth, brush my own hair, or bathe. I had to learn to use the restroom, dress myself, and mobilize in a wheelchair using only one arm. I had lost the use of 3 of my limbs, lost all of my independence, and my bodily autonomy. I was left unable to care for myself, unable to care for my children, and unable to teach. The days turned to weeks, and now the weeks to months. I have not known a single day free of pain since the crash. There's no position nor piece of furniture that offers complete relief. It's difficult to accurately scale the pain you feel when it's all you've known for 515 days. There are mornings when the mere brush of fabric against my skin causes pain. I've become a human barometer, sensing changes in the atmosphere in my joints. I too was served a sentence that day. I became a prisoner first to my hospital bed, then a prisoner to my body, and now a prisoner to pain. Only my sentence was forced upon me by no fault of my own. And it's a sentence I'll carry for life without the possibility of parole in 30 years. I've had 10 surgeries and outpatient procedures as a result of this crash, repairing ligaments, bones, a nerve, and a massive Moral Lavalley lesion. I required speech therapy, vision therapy, and driver's therapy. I still weekly attend EMDR therapy, physical therapy, and occupational therapy. Physical scars are not the only reminders I carry with me of that day. I'm painfully aware of the impact this has had on my own children. They are uncertain and fearful with each new surgery. They require reassurance that I'll only be at origami for a few hours and not have to leave them to live there again. I carry with me the guilt of knowing I could not protect them from you and being unable to hold them when they needed me the most. Haunted by Annabelle's words. You were just gone, and I was all alone. 6 years old and terrified, before being loaded into the ambulance alone with her 3-year-old sister, helplessly watching as Eloise's dress was cut from her broken and battered little body. My daughters survived the unimaginable and now had to navigate their injuries, grief, and trauma without me there to tuck them in. Not until July 17th was I able to comb and braid their hair. I missed Annabelle's kindergarten graduation and only concert of the school year. I was not there to hold Eloise when she screamed as they cut the cast from the leg that you broke. As a mother and teacher, quiet can feel foreign. Yet in assisted living, I found myself alone in my bed for quiet for hours on end, with ample time to think. I recall quite vividly an officer coming to Mary Free Bed. He had driven Miss Monroe to the courthouse himself. I asked him if she was sorry. I needed to find the humanity in her. I needed to believe she was not the monster she had become in my mind. I spent a lot of time thinking about her children as well. Much like mine, they were denied the opportunity to be held by their mother. I thought about her parents and her siblings. Their lives rattled, their generations shattered. Sorry. I wish, Miss Monroe, that you had thought about your own family that afternoon, as much as I have thought about them since. Dozens of lives would look very different today if you had. The cowardice of your no contest plea is not lost on me. To be abundantly clear, you are guilty. Not once have your eyes ever met mine. I know your face, and yet you may never know mine, but I hope you remember our voices here today. When you miss your mother and you long for her embrace, I hope you also think of my Aunt Dee, Lucy, and George, who were forced to bury their sons and will always miss the warmth of Dan and John's embrace. When you're feeling down about missing your own children's milestones, I hope you also think of the 4 children who will miss Dan at birthdays, graduations, and every other moment, big and small. When you wake uncomfortable in your prison bed, I hope you also think of the discomfort and pain so many of us carry and will continue to carry throughout our lives. And more than anything, I hope to never think of you again, though I fear that will be hard to do because my body is littered with the scars you forced upon me.
Thank you, Ms. Evans.
Oh, one of the surviving victims describing how she was physically affected, emotionally affected, and how it affected generations forever, including her children and older generations. This is a hard case. We're going to bring you more of that sentencing, though. We're going to hit the pause button because we also are going to want to bring you the verdict. That's right. There is a verdict in the case. Bionca Ellis, Michael Ayala will be joining us as we turn to Idaho, just moments away from that verdict in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial. Stay with us, Court TV, your front row seat to justice. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ashley Wilcott.
And I'm Michael Ayala. We're both here today giving you your front row seat to justice. And we are in Ohio right now for this hour, where the Toddler Stabbed murder trial against Bianca Ellis.
That's right. Ellis accused of fatally stabbing a 3-year-old boy and injuring his mother in a grocery store parking lot last year. But the defense claims Ellis suffers from schizophrenia and was insane at the time.
Now, while we wait for that verdict to come down, I want to listen back to the victim, Margot Wood, on the stand as she describes the horrific attack on her and her son.
Once you got to your car, what's the first thing you did?
I'm sorry.
Just take your time.
I went to open my trunk.
Okay.
And then I turned to my right. And I saw her coming towards us.
And when you say her, who we've come to know that is?
Bianca Ellis.
We're going to stipulate, Mr. Mack, that Mr.
And she's in this courtroom here today, is she not?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the stipulation, counsel. Go ahead, Mrs. Wood.
So I saw her coming, walking towards us, and I noticed she had a knife in her hand. And I said, "Oh no, Julian." So I had the car. I stood in front of the end of the cart, and I was trying to push him back. He was still sitting in the cart, and she stabbed the back of a trunk of a car, and I got scared. But when I was pushing the car back, it fell over. And then she came at me. I'm sorry.
Take your time.
She came at me.
Mrs. Wood. Just breathe.
Okay.
Some water there for you, too.
But I moved. And she stabbed him in the side of his face. And then she stabbed me.
Take a minute and ask a question. Some Kleenex to the left of you if you need a minute. Would you take a sip of water and then I'll have her ask you another question? It's open. Ms. Ferralia?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Wood, when she stabbed you, what did you do or what did you say?
I didn't say anything. I was just... I couldn't believe this was happening. It was so fast. I was just trying to, so she wouldn't hurt it.
And what happened next?
And then she stood up and stabbed him in the back. And he was crying. He was crying.
After she stabbed him in the back, what did she do next?
She just walked away. Like nothing. She just walked away.
And, ma'am, what did you do?
I went to go grab him out of the cart. because I was on his side, and I went to go and I held him, and I just felt blood on my hands. And I said, Julian, Julian, are you okay? And then blood came out the side of his mouth.
Take a minute. I'm going to have the prosecutor ask you another question. Go ahead, take a minute. I'll just take some water again. Take your time.
Mrs. Wood, once you were experiencing this with Julian, were you calling for help?
Yes.
And were you in fact screaming for help?
Yes.
Did folks start to come around you?
They did.
And did there come a point in time that somebody came by and took Julian and tried to help Julian?
Yes.
Did she indicate at the time she was a nurse?
She did.
Okay. And did other folks come and surround you and try to help you as well?
Yes.
And ma'am, where were you stabbed?
On the top of my right shoulder.
All right. And did you have to seek medical care?
I did.
Were you taken to the hospital as well?
I was in a separate ambulance.
All right. So once the defendant walked away, did you see her again?
No.
And so did there come a point in time that the ambulance came and took Julian?
Yes.
And were you able to contact your husband to come to the scene?
I did.
All right. And did he come?
He did.
And did both you and Julian end up at the hospital?
Yes.
In separate rooms?
Yes.
And did there come a point in time that you were then notified of his death?
Yes. Yes. The doctor...
That's okay. You've answered the question.
Okay.
Were the police all already present at the hospital with you?
Yes.
There were police officers that were on scene, right?
Correct.
And then there were police officers that traveled with you and Julian to the hospital.
Yes.
And in fact, one of the officers stayed with you and your husband.
Yes.
And during that time, did you or were you able to provide them a statement of what had happened to you and Julian?
I did.
Okay. Did you yourself write it out, ma'am?
No.
Did you give the officer permission to write it out?
I did.
Mrs. Wood, while you were at the hospital, did they provide you medical care?
Yes.
And did you have to have any stitches or anything with regards to your injury?
I received 4 stitches.
And that was on your shoulder?
Yes.
All right. And the hospital that you went to was St. John's?
Yes.
Okay. Part of University Heights University Hospitals.
Yes.
All right, folks, you're looking at the seal there. That is a live picture of the seal. In the case of Bionca Ellis, we are awaiting the jury's return to the courtroom and everyone else's return to the courtroom. About 45 minutes ago, they said that they had a verdict, and you see our little countdown clock. There would be an hour between the actual announcement and when the verdict is actually read, and we expect that to happen in about 13 minutes from now, so we'll keep that countdown clock up. Right now, let me bring in our guest with us, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Marie Peretta. Marie, great to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. We have a verdict. It took them 8 hours and 7 minutes to come to a conclusion. This was a difficult case. I thought it might take some time. Your thoughts?
I can't ever hear that testimony, even though you don't hear the mother's voice, without breaking into tears. And I think in this situation, guilty is the only verdict that makes sense to me, even though I'm a nurse and I'm a clinician and I understand schizophrenia and mental illness. That woman needs to be put away, incarcerated, not in a psychiatric hospital where there's a chance that someone could deem her okay, like you said last week, Michael, 5-6 years, she's under medication and she's fine. She should never be allowed to reintegrate into society. I'm sorry, that's the only verdict just and possible for what happened to that innocent toddler, brutally murdered. Albeit I believe she was insane at the time, but in my heart as a person in society, as a mother, going to a psychiatric hospital with a chance to get out should not be a possibility. So I believe the jurors took that very seriously. And at the end, they're going to come back and say, go to prison, regular prison, and do the maximum time available as a sentence to you for what you did. I'm sorry. After hearing the testimony again, there's no way this woman should be allowed to reintegrate into society.
And we know, of course, that there's been evidence presented that she's schizophrenic, that she was off her medication, but the jury has to then say it was because of that mental health illness that she could not distinguish right from wrong. If they can't say that, then it's either a guilty or an acquittal. She admits that she did it, so it would then be a guilty, in my opinion. But let's listen together. Marie, I just want to play a little bit of the defense's closing argument to get your reaction to what they said to the jury.
It's crowded, it's in the middle of the day, it's 3 o'clock. And I know you had to pay attention when she's walking with the knife, when she enters the store, and she walks past what appears to be an elderly gentleman, a woman coming. None of those people get stabbed, despite her motive being rage.
All right, what's your reaction as you hear part of the argument?
Her attorneys did an excellent job at proving this affirmative defense by preponderance of their evidence. I get that. But I also remember the part of the video where she walks by the woman with the child in the shopping cart, and then she almost sort of hits her, and she looks pissed the hell off, okay? She turns around and follows that woman. I'm sorry, but maybe I'm just so emotional about what happened to that little child and the anguish that the mother expressed in her testimony. It seems to me like that second was intentional. She looked angry that the woman almost hit her with the cart, and she followed the woman. And then the woman testified also that prior to attacking the little boy and slashing him in the face and stabbing him in the back, she was testing out the blade on another vehicle. For me, it is regular prison with treatment. If she needs treatment, let her get it in prison, not in a psychiatric hospital where there's a risk she might get out in 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years. She never needs to be out again.
And Michael, it may be that emotion that carries the jury if they find her guilty.
Yeah, that's the biggest hurdle, I think, for the defense, is getting over that emotional aspect. The other thing I wanted to talk about a little bit, because you're talking a lot about punishment, Marie, and we know that juries are not supposed to, and they're told in those jury instructions, they're not to consider punishment. But I do think it's an issue, because I'm not sure all the jurors know that the punishment, even if she is sent to a mental institution, there is a chance she could get out, but it's a very slim chance. There's a chance she'll be in there a very long time, getting the help she needs, which could be the just result if you find that she was, in fact, insane. Should the defense have done more to mention that if you find her not guilty by reason of insanity, she's still going to be away from society, be treated, and not let go until she's someone who they feel can survive and others are safe with her in society?
I think the defense attorneys did a great job at defending her with the not guilty by reason of insanity affirmative defense. But you know, you're only allowed to do certain things on closing. You can't just come out and implant those words into your closing statement in front of the jurors. There would have been objections to that because the jurors are not supposed to take into account the sentence. They simply have to figure out whether or not she was proven not guilty by reason of insanity or guilty. But they did what they could. And, you know, let's talk about the jurors. You think that they're not Googling to see what's going on? This case was so tragic. I feel they know exactly what happens if they voted for not guilty by reason of insanity, maybe even before this case. People watch court TV all the time. These jurors know what's up. I think they know what's up.
Okay, fair
See, and I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. I think a lot of lay people may not know. We do, of course. But so let's play this out a little bit. If it's not guilty by reason of insanity, we know that she would be further evaluated, and then there would be a commitment hearing within a certain number of days in Ohio. And I wonder if this is what you're thinking of. You know, as we're talking, and you were both talking, Michael, all I could think about was Morgan Geyser, the Slender Man case, in which she was released because she did get the treatment that they deemed she could be safely released under certain circumstances. And I feel like, Marie, if you have schizophrenia and you're properly taking your medication and you're receiving the proper treatment, there's an argument to be made that she could then be released from a psychiatric facility because in that instance, she arguably would know right from wrong.
And then she could arguably not take her meds again and then go murder again.
I agree.
If I were on the jury, and I always put myself as the 13th juror, I would think of these things too. And I'm telling you guys, people watch court TV all the time. They know what the situation is with not guilty by reason of insanity. And if they don't know, somebody else knows. So they know what the big responsibility and the outcome of whatever verdict they choose is going to have on society. I would not trust her to be released into society and then supervised and then say, okay, I'm not taking my meds. They do that all the time. I'm a nurse. I'm not a psychiatric nurse expert, but that's one of the biggest problems with mentally ill people. They try to believe there's nothing wrong with me now, I'm okay, and they stop the meds. And they leave the safe space, they start wandering around, and there's nobody to force them to take the meds. That woman did enough damage. She doesn't, I don't want to say she doesn't deserve it, but just for the protection of society, she needs to go to regular prison and let them give her psychiatric treatment and meds over there. She needs to go right over there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, fair enough. But I think before they ever would let her out, they would have made an assessment that they can trust her to take her meds. And that she understands the importance of taking her meds. Again, I don't know what that looks like because I'm not a mental doctor, but at the end of the day, that would be probably #1 on the list before they ever would let her out.
And you do hear from experts, I'm not one either, that those who take medications for things like schizophrenia then end up going off the medication because they don't like the way it makes them feel.
That's always a problem.
Yeah. All right. We have so much more to talk about in that verdict. We are waiting on that. It should be read in the very next few minutes. Of course, we'll take you there live on the other side of this short break. There's the seal. Come back. We'll be right back here on Court TV.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, Harmony Montgomery's father fights for a new trial after being convicted of her murder. We'll bring you the very latest from today's big hearing.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan, tonight at 8, 7 Central, only on Court TV.
Welcome back to our breaking news. We have a verdict in the case against Bianca Ellis, 8 hours, 7 minutes. This is in Ohio, and we are waiting any moment that verdict to be read.
All right, now we're hearing that the jury had to decide whether Ellis knew right from wrong when she fatally stabbed a 3-year-old and injured his mother last year.
And we understand there's some people coming in and out of the courtroom that can be heard. It was supposed to be read at 4:20 p.m. Eastern time, and it's now 4:20. 4:21, so we would expect it to happen any moment. Let's do this. We're going to bring back in criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Marie Pereira. Marie, know that if we cut you off rudely, it's because they have come back in that courtroom, and we don't want to miss a moment. The other thing that stood out to me, and Michael's going to jump in if I misstate this, but I think I'm correct to say there were no jury notes or questions in that 8 hours and 7 minutes.
No.
And so it's interesting to me, just generally, Marie, I feel like frequently when we see a deliberation go on for that long, there's at least one request to see certain evidence or clarification of the definition of a word, but that didn't happen in this case. Is that surprising to you?
It's not surprising to me because it's not like she's saying, I didn't do it. They're saying she did it. That's not in dispute, but they're saying she didn't know what she was doing at the time, to the point where the expert brought in by the defense said she might have not even had recall because after she was on her medication, it was day and night, and she showed empathy, she showed remorse, and she almost didn't remember what happened. So they're trying to decide, for me, is should we give her the not guilty by reason of insanity where she goes to a psychiatric hospital and has a chance to get out when they deem her stable back into society? Or should we send her to prison because at the end of the day, this was such a heinous crime, somebody has to pay for this, and maybe she'll get treatment. Even as I'm speaking to you, I feel like I'm sort of ignorant and wrong to be so emotional as a lawyer who's supposed to be giving a legal analysis. I'm giving you Marie Hart analysis. That's what they're dealing with in there. Should she be punished? Punish, real punish. Because when you think of not guilty in a hospital, you think somebody dressed up in a room, they're bringing her meals. You feel like somebody needs to pay for this and it's just not enough. That's what they're dealing with right now.
Now, this, at the end of the day, came down to a battle of the experts. I want to take a quick listen to the defense's expert, Dr. Sarah West, what she had to say about the mental illness. Let's take a listen.
In terms of the information that she gave me at the time of her competency evaluation, it was somewhat difficult to determine her full history simply because she was so disorganized and not able to share information with me in a logical way. I believe I got different history from her when I saw her again in February of 25. She was able to tell me that she had been diagnosed with something called schizoaffective disorder. That's a combination of psychosis or divergence from reality and a mood disorder. And she had told me that she'd been hospitalized before, that she couldn't remember the medications that she'd taken in the past.
All right, so this was ultimately a battle of the experts, Marie, and I got to tell you, sometimes it's difficult to sort of discern. Both sides agree that there's schizophrenia here. One thought that it affected her understanding what was going on that day and what she did. The other didn't. The state didn't, obviously. There was one thing that the state said that sort of convinced me, because I had been on the side, and I think you were too with me, that this was a woman who was suffering from schizophrenia. But his testimony, the state's expert, he said when she was arrested, she really put up no resistance. She didn't ask what was going on or whatever, meaning she had an understanding of why they were coming for her, right? And I said, you know what? That's one way of looking at it that I hadn't thought of. And I said, it makes sense. Had she just been sort of blacked out and was walking around with this bloody knife and didn't know what had happened, when the cops approached her, she would have said, what's going on? What did I do? There was none of that. And that changed my mind. And it's rare in a battle of the experts that happens, but it happened in this case. What was it for you?
For me, it was what Judge Ashley pointed out the last time I was on, that she was pushing the cart, the poor victim and the baby, and almost hit her. And she looked angry to me and intentional.
Yeah.
And she followed that woman into that parking lot. It looked like that moment was intentional against that person with that baby because they almost ran into her.
Yeah, she definitely made a choice, and it looks that way on the film. I think it's one of the strongest things that the state has. All right, stand by, Marie. We're still waiting, all the folks getting into that courtroom. Again, we're hearing that there's a lot of movement in there, but they're not quite ready yet. So what we'll do here is we'll take a break. When we come back, hopefully they're going to get going with that verdict. Keep it here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice. All right, breaking news in our newsroom. There is a verdict in the the toddler stabbed murder trial for Bianca Ellis. We're going to go back to Ohio. Any moment, that verdict will be read, the jury's verdict in the murder trial of Bianca Ellis.
The jury has to decide and has now reached a decision. We just don't know what it is, whether Ellis knew right from wrong when she fatally stabbed a 3-year-old and injured his mother last year.
All right, now let's take a quick look at the charges, Judge. I know you have those there.
Thank you. Yes, Jasmine provided these to me, my wonderful producer of our show. Count 1, aggravated murder for Julian Wood. Count 2, murder, Julian Wood. Count 3, murder. Then we have count 4, felonious assault for Julian Wood. Count 5, endangering children for Julian Wood. Count 6, attempted murder of the mother, Margot Wood. Count 7, attempted murder of Margot Wood. Count 8, felonious assault of Margot Wood. Count 9, the original count, tampering with evidence. Now that was dismissed, and so that's not being considered. And so now what was count 10 is now count 9 before this jury, misdemeanor theft.
Yeah, and that's the theft of the knife from that store. Let's bring back in our guest with us, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Marie Peretta. Marie, the count I want to ask you about is that attempted murder on the mother, Margot Wood. One of the things that was argued by the defense in their closing argument is that it wasn't an attempted murder. They're suggesting that had she wanted to murder her, if that was her intent, and you still need intent for attempted murder, that's what she would have done. She really just wanted to assault her, so she should not be found guilty of attempted murder. What do you say?
You have a 6-inch knife with a big blade and you stab somebody in the shoulder. The shoulder is next to the heart. You could sever an artery. It's next to her neck. They could go somewhere with that. If somebody attacks me with a big knife like that, I would say you're attempting to murder me. Thank you. God.
Yeah, I think those charges are correct. I think we know where Marie stands, Michael, but I also do think that some of these charges are correct. Let's just talk about this briefly, and I think it's common sense, but I want to flush it out. Obviously, on any of these 9 charges, the jury can say guilty or not guilty. But if they say not guilty by reason of insanity, Marie, that has to apply to all 9 charges, correct?
You know what? That is a big Philip Dubé question. All right? I want to say no, it doesn't, because a verdict could be split in all types of ways.
What do you think, Michael?
Yeah, I don't think it has to blanketly apply to them all. They could decide that at some point, you know, she regained some sort of sanity. Or, for instance, they could find that the theft was okay, but then maybe later on she lost her sanity and lost touch with reality. I don't think that applies here, but it certainly could apply.
Right. That's an interesting point, that it could be. So we could have a 3-way split verdict, theoretically, although she admits that she did commit the stabbing.
Yeah, but Marie, you correct me if I'm wrong. This feels like an all or nothing case. I mean, either you find that there was this break from reality from the very beginning, from the beginning of the taking of the knife on through, or it's not.
I don't think it is, because the taking of the knife, she might have just been taking the knife. And the psychotic break could have happened anytime during the commission of this crime. It could have happened when she walked into the parking lot. It could have happened while she was walking in there. I think it could be a split verdict in terms of what was her mental state for each crime. I think it's not a blanket situation.
It's really interesting. Let's listen again to a little bit of what the prosecution argued during closing. Again, the jury having to decide, did they side with the prosecution or the defense? Let's listen together.
The actions of stabbing. What a personal, gruesome thing to do. And I think on cross-examination, Mr. Johnson talked about, well, wouldn't 30 stab wounds be more indicative of rage? No. Ladies and gentlemen, stabbing anybody with anything is an act that would be fueled by anger. And to select the most helpless victim possible and then stab that victim twice, that is rage.
All right, Marie, do you think that anger, rage, an act fueled by that can also be done not knowing right from wrong at the time or not? And we may have to cut you off in a minute, but let's see.
I think it could be done not knowing right from wrong. And I don't think that she left the precinct angry and intentionally murdered that baby. I think she was mentally ill, but at the same time, in the same vein, even though it makes no sense what I'm saying, I still feel she needs to be punished. Guilty, not by reason of insanity, simply because I wouldn't want to risk as a juror her coming out, not taking her meds, and offending again in that way.
All right, Michael, we see now the courtroom. The judge is not back on the bench. I'm going to leave it with you as we toss it to break, Michael, and take a break while we can.
Yeah, let's take a break. It looks like everyone is there but the judge. So when the judge gets there, we'll have that reading of the verdict. So keep it right here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
I'm going to ask you a lot of intensely personal questions. How do you explain it? The worst crime anyone can imagine. Do you feel like you took the fall for this murder? Tell me in your own words, what happened? Let's get started.
Interview with a Killer. New season premieres Saturday, October 25th. Only on Court TV.
All right, back now to Ohio, where the jury has reached a verdict in the murder trial of Bianca Ellis. She's the woman accused fatally stabbing a 3-year-old and injuring his mother last year. All the parties are in place. Let's go into that courtroom now to hear the jury's decision.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time, we thank you for your service. Again, I don't think any of us could go too far beyond saying that having you for 2 weeks, we know has been a cause for you to disrupt your lives, and so we thank you for your service. At this time, I'll read the verdicts on all charges, and then with respect to that, I will poll each of you just to confirm that it is your decision of this verdict. So with respect to the 9 counts and the furthermore, this jury says that they duly find and impaneled as sworn jurors in this case do find the defendant, Bionca Ellis, guilty of all charges. Those guilty charges also carry with it the furthermore that she did commit the other charge as requested with a finding of all 12 of you. So with that being said, juror number 1, is this your decision?
Yes.
Juror number 2?
Yes.
Juror number 3?
Yes.
Juror number 4? Juror number 5?
Yes.
Juror number 6? Juror number 7? Juror number 8? Juror number 9? Juror number 10? Juror number 11? And juror number 12. All right, thank you. Again, I thank you for your service on behalf of Cuyahoga County and the 34 judges here. And we, at this time, will rise for the jury and we'll have a moment to speak to you afterwards. I'll have counsel to sidebar to review the verdict.
All right, Michael, guilty of all 9 charges. I'm not surprised that they found her flat guilty.
Yeah, not a surprise. I'm glad it took them 8 hours to reach that decision, which means maybe there were some people there who disagreed or needed to be convinced or they wanted to talk it through. But clearly they did their job,
yes,
right? They worked
thorough.
at it, very thorough. They came up with this decision, and I can't say I disagree.
Everyone be seated. Thank you. You can be seated. Thank you. All right, so at this time, having an opportunity to review the verdict forms, the court is going to set a sentencing date. I had asked the lawyers, I'm going to set it for October 27th at, again, 8:30 in the morning. I think we've been pretty consistent with being available at that time. I know that some of you have a trial calendar that might have some conflict. I'll ask that if you can discuss with the courts that you're currently going to be engaged with or potentially going to be engaged with. If I need to call any of those judges, I'd be happy to. But if we could do it, allow everybody that opportunity to be present as well. Anything further from the state of Ohio?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
On behalf of Ms. Ellis?
No, Your Honor.
All right, again, I thank all of you for professionalism as well throughout this trial. And so we'll recess at this time, and we'll be back on October 27th. All right, we'll adjourn.
Thank you.
All right, so Bianca Ellis there, you see handcuffed, being led away after being found guilty of all 9 charges against her, including murder of an infant and also attempted murder of the mother.
Michael, watching, her lack of a reaction, I just want to point out something you mentioned during the course of the trial. That is, we know she has schizophrenia. We know that she's currently being medicated. Some of her demeanor right now could be affected by that medication and her reaction. Let's bring in criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Marie Pereira, who you felt like it should be guilty because you believe she should be punished. What do you say now that you know that's exactly what the jury found? They didn't know the punishment, but they found her guilty of all charges.
I think the verdict is the only just verdict that could have been possible. And I do believe when she gets to prison, not a psychiatric hospital, they will give her treatment and give her her medications. It doesn't mean because she's not in a psychiatric hospital that they're going to completely disregard the need for mental illness care and follow up with professionals and medication. She will get the care she needs in prison, but in prison is where she belongs. And this is not vengeance, this is protection of society, because the rate of reoffending after a possible release is always there, the risk of it. And this is a risk I believe the jurors made up in their minds after 8 hours of considerable deliberation that they couldn't risk putting this woman back out into society.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, because one thing we heard from both experts when they talked to her was that when she's medicated, she's pretty connected to society, knows what's going on, found out what she did. At least that's what was the, according to the defense's expert, said when she found out what she did, she had remorse. I wonder, Marie, do you think she'll get up at her sentencing hearing and express that remorse and say sorry for what she's done? At this point, I would imagine, obviously, there may be an appeal, not sure. I would imagine there would be, so that might stop her from talking, but what do you think?
I don't think she's going to make any statement to show remorse or anything like that. I believe she's still suffering from schizophrenia. It's something that doesn't really go away. And even behind the defendant table, she still looks unwell to me. She doesn't look dangerous and agitated like she looked when she was swinging that knife around inside the store, but she still looks suspect to me, but just blunt. But at any minute, she could lunge. She can just look at her. She's still sick, even under the medication. Muted, yes, but mentally ill, still sick, need help, yes. She's not going to make any statements. I strongly doubt that.
Yeah, it's really a sad, tragic case on all sides. Let me ask you this, though. This is such a minor technicality, but I was a little surprised that the judge simply said all 9 counts guilty versus reading each count and finding guilty that the jury had found on each count and then polling the jury. I don't know. I just feel like it was an interesting way to wrap up that jury verdict, Marie.
I mean, judges, as you know, Judge Ashley, as a former judge, have their own way of ruling their courtroom. But I'm glad he did poll the jury, because that could be an issue. We all know that. I think it was just obvious. And I don't see anything really wrong with him not reading each count. We kind of know what we're here for, what this was all about.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting because this particular case, we all talked about the fact that it might be as a result of the emotion of the case. And it certainly wasn't emotional, just the almost awful thing that you'd imagine happening to any family. But it's interesting because the state focused in on motive, something that they do not have to focus on at all. But in this case, Marie, I thought it was super important, and they really focused in on that rage aspect, because to get over, and they had their own burden to get over this idea that she was mentally ill and did not appreciate the nature of her actions. They had to get over that, and they used rage to do that. Would you agree?
I didn't buy the rage, and I thought it was a little ridiculous that they would say because she left the precinct and she didn't get her belongings, she put it in her mind and formed an intent. I'm going to get a knife and then I'm going to stab someone randomly. I didn't buy the motive. And you know, they never had to present a motive. But as storytellers and the jurors are listening to the story, jurors want a motive because it just makes things make sense to them. But in my opinion, that motive was weak, ridiculous, and to me, the mental illness was there, undeniable, and all the jurors had to do at this point is just sit down and say, okay, this woman really was mentally ill, but are we gonna just say not guilty by reason of insanity and risk her being in a mental hospital, evaluated, medicated, and released? I know you guys say the jurors don't know this, but they know it because they watch court TV, people.
And let's talk about whether the jury might have said it had to either be rage or, in the alternative, she didn't know right from wrong, that those were their two choices, knowing that she had committed the acts, and that was the decision they had to make. There was expert testimony. Let's listen together.
She told me, when I interviewed her on June 12th of this year, that her rage caused the stabbings. Rage took control of her to make her do the, quote, wrong thing.
So if you hear that in an isolated sense, Marie, to me that says, yeah, she knew exactly what she was doing. She was just so angry that she did it.
I don't know why she would let something like that leave her mouth, because rage is an emotion fueled with intent, right? Yeah, I'm angry, so therefore I'm going to do this. I don't think that's what she meant to say. I really believe she was suffering from an acute episode of schizophrenia and all of its symptoms at the moment because she was not taking her medication for a very long time. So, I mean, that expert testimony was very impactful, and it was the battle of the experts. But listening to him use that rage word, and he said, she told me this, could not have been a good look for her at all in the eyes of the jurors. And it probably helped them to put her in regular prison and not a psychiatric hospital, even though secretly they know that woman is insane. But they did the opposite and said, you knew what you were doing, because they had to, somebody had to pay for that, and it's only her, right? So they had to make sure that she was held accountable to the fullest extent of the law. And in the eyes of the jurors, going to a psychiatric hospital is not full accountability. I know that's how they think because I'm the 13th juror. That's how I think sometimes, even though I am an attorney and I should know better.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And Judge, I just want to mention, you know, she's out of the community, but she's going into technically another community.
Yes.
And I wonder what that might be like in jail. Hopefully they keep her properly medicated and, you know, she doesn't hurt anybody else in jail.
And I think we have to mention that certainly people in jail do get treated for their mental health issues, so that's good news. But I agree with you. We're going to have to wait to see. All right. What's next, Michael?
All right, Marie, thank you so much for joining us. Truly appreciate it. Folks, coming up, we're going to turn back to Michigan for the sentencing hearing for Ashley Monroe. She pleaded no contest to drunk driving while pregnant, folks. She was pregnant. And then she crashed into a group of pedestrians, killing 2. That's next here on Court TV. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Michael Ayala. I want to take you now to Michigan for the sentencing Monroe in the drunken pregnant murder case. Monroe pleaded no contest to second-degree murder after hitting a group of pedestrians in May of last year, killing 2 of them and injuring 14 others. Monroe was pregnant and had a blood alcohol level twice the legal limit at the time of the crash. Court TV field reporter Cody Thomas gets us caught up on this case.
Ashley Monroe was pregnant with her 5th child when prosecutors say she got behind the wheel of her SUV drunk and plowed into a large family walking home from a rural park near Lansing, Michigan. 14 people, half of them younger than 8, were badly injured. 2 were killed. 30-year-old Jonathan Esch was married and a paramedic for Lansing Township. 42-year-old Daniel Harris was married with 4 kids. His wife and 5-year-old son are among the injured. Sheriff's deputies say Monroe didn't stop when she hit the group, but they soon caught up with her.
Her car was located with severe damage to the front passenger side, consistent with witness statements, as well as blood, hair, and other tissue.
Monroe's blood alcohol level was more than twice the legal limit. Police say an empty bottle of Crown Royal was in her purse. Originally facing 15 charges for the deadly crash, Monroe has entered a plea of no contest on 9 charges, while 6 are dismissed. The mandatory minimum sentence she faces is 30 years behind bars.
Now, Monroe was originally scheduled to be sentenced last week, but it was continued after her attorney did file a motion to withdraw, and then he opted to stay. Let's get back inside the courtroom now where the judge is listening to victim impact statements. Speaking now is Carolyn Pock. So she was injured in the crash.
Carolyn Pock.
Miss Pot? Miss Pot?
Yes.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm Carolyn Pock. I'm one of the many family members who are victims of Miss Monroe's crime. I am the mom of Jennifer. I am grandma, I am aunt, and great aunt to the 16 who had been together with me at the park. Her actions inflicted enormous damages and losses on us. As my love for my family and empathy for each member is such an integral part of my identity, it has been hard to compose this letter. The tragedy is so vast. In particular to myself, I have been injured both physically and psychologically. Almost everything that was our normal lives was immediately changed. The physical impacts I suffered were primarily to my head and my shoulder. The visible evidence of damages are a small scar on my right hand, ring finger, and a long scar through my right eyebrow. One of the things that is not visible yet remains is the damage to some of the tendons in my right shoulder. Nor do you see the facial nerve damage and the damage to my visual, vestibular, and neurological systems. These injuries still impact my daily life. I remain in the care of doctors and specialists who work toward helping me regain my pre-injury abilities and health. This crime has caused me psychological and emotional injury, which for me has been more painful than the physical injuries. I did seek out mental health help from professionals, and I do remain in care today. The sadness, confusion, anger, and grief have been huge. How couldn't it be anything but horrible? One moment, I was enjoying time with 16 other family members at a favorite place since my childhood, and within seconds, Miss Monroe's actions caused this mass casualty and the deaths of John and Dan. It is grief of their deaths
is the trauma of what I did see, hear, and experience on the Hill and the flashbacks of that. Much of that was in my testimony back in December. It is the heartache that she caused to all the children and the adults in our large 4 generations of family. The loss of Dan and John is the hardest part of this tragedy. At the same time, I know it is even more grievous for their closest family, their wives, their children, their parents, their siblings. As I try to work toward healing, I hold on to happy memories of John and Dan from earlier that year and on the day of this tragedy. I think of Jonathan's smile and how he reminded me of his dad, my brother Roger, and he reminded me of my dad, his grandpa. I see John and Erica at their wedding reception and the joy for them that was shared by many present just in January of 2024. At our last gathering, I heard him tell my brother how good married life is. I see him joking around to entertain my granddaughter, and she's laughing at him. I will remember his kindness, his caring, his help and love to others. I think of Dan and his love for Jessica and their family. I appreciate his hope in God and new beginnings. I think of his kindness and creativity. I am grateful to have heard Dan and the boys sing and play guitar at a family gathering earlier that spring. On the day of the tragedy, I enjoyed his warm bear hug and the kiss on the cheek as I greeted him. I will forever miss my nephews. Our lives are forever changed. Every day, we live with the losses and the damages of this tragedy. Thank you. Thank you.
Andrew Teifel, President of IAFF Local 220.
All right, as we wait for the next witness, I just want to say, you know, that the tragedy is just compounded in this case, because not only do you have all these victims, 2 people dead, 14 people injured, and you saw the pictures of those adorable children, just devastating stuff, but then there's also the 5 children of the defendant who now do not have a mother. The choices that she made that day were just devastating to not only other family members and their family, but her own family as well. It just makes really no sense at all. And again, she decided to go with a nolo contendere plea, which we'll discuss in a little bit. Right now, I understand that next witness is up. It is the widow of one of the men who died.
Lives because of what you have done. I will try to keep my statement fairly short today, not for your sake, Ashley, but for the sake of making sure all our voices are heard. We have a limited amount of time, and there are far too many victims that deserve to be heard. Ashley, your decision to drink and drive destroyed many lives and prematurely ended 2. Your actions killed my husband, John, and my brother-in-law, Dan. 2 incredible men, 2 people who were loved, 2 lives that mattered, 2 humans that deserve so much better than the fate you gave them. Gone because of you. John was a firefighter and a paramedic, someone who devoted his life to saving others, to running towards danger when others ran away. John was a wonderful provider to all of his patients, but he took a special interest in caring for medically vulnerable patients. These included patients experiencing home and food insecurities, those suffering with mental health ailments, and patients with substance use disorder. These are the patients that are all too often given up on by the medical community. They are often assumed to be lazy or unwilling to improve their current situation. Almost after every shift, John would come home and tell me about a conversation he had with one of these patients. Not a medical conversation, but a human conversation. He knew that taking the extra time to ensure these patients felt seen and valued would improve their trust in the medical system and hopefully support them towards healing. There was one patient in particular that was well known to the department.
He suffered from home insecurity and substance abuse. Every time John was on a call involving this patient, he would sit and talk with him about life. He didn't interrogate him on why he relapsed or scold him on not complying with treatment plans. Eventually, it was John who convinced him to check into rehab after decades of substance use. He saw patients as people and believed that everyone deserved to be treated with respect and dignity. And yet, just months later, it was a drunk driver who took everything from him. It was a drunk driver who drove away, leaving him lifeless on the side of the road. Where was the respect and dignity that John deserved? My husband was everything to me. He wasn't just my partner, he was also my best friend, my future. He was an incredible musician, a talented cook, and had the biggest heart, especially when it came to animals. He often spent hours out exploring the woods with our dog, dressed in matching bandanas. They would overturn rocks and stumps, looking for mushrooms and cool bugs. Our dog absolutely adored John. They were each other's best friends. After John's passing, our dog would still run to the window at the sound of the garage door, tail wagging, waiting for his dad to come home so they could go on one more adventure. Because of you, Ashley, he never did. Working in the medical field myself, I know good people can make horrible mistakes. I can understand and empathize with someone who has made a mistake. But Ashley, this was not a mistake. This was a series of selfish, deliberate choices. You chose to drink while pregnant. You chose to drive. And perhaps most vile of all, you chose to run over an entire family and then flee. You hit us and kept going. You didn't check if anyone was alive. You didn't call for help. You left John, you left Dan, and you left my family in your wreckage. I'm haunted every single day by the memories of that moment. At night when I try to fall asleep, I relive it all. The screams of children, their pleading voices asking me to tell them it wasn't real. I see my sister-in-law with terror in her eyes trying to perform CPR despite her own injuries. I feel my throat getting dry from screaming John's name. Again and again, hoping that if I screamed loud enough, he might wake up. But he never did. The days are no easier. I live with daily flashbacks. I feel the broken pieces of my leg grinding together, just like they did when I used my arm as a splint that day. Sometimes I think I see John in a crowd, and then just as quickly, I see his face lying lifeless in the morgue. This is the reality you've created for me. These are just a few of the haunting memories I'm left to carry, but you, Ashley, don't have to. You had the privilege of driving away. We didn't. No amount of alcohol can justify abandoning people you just mutilated or murdered. This was not intoxication, this was inhumanity. As for your consequences, your prison sentence is merciful compared to the lifetime of suffering you forced upon all of us. You may eventually walk free. We, however, will never be free from what you've done. Our loss will span decades, lifetimes, and generations. Ashley, you made me a 28-year-old widow. In a bed John and I once shared, I wake up alone. In a home once filled with his laughter, I come home to silence. I live with the memories of the life we once had and the now empty space where it used to be. We had dreams of starting a family. John wanted nothing more in this life than to become a father. He talked often about adventures he would take our future kids on, and we would both nervously laugh, knowing they would likely have his dangerous combination of intelligence, energy, and curiosity. Ashley, not only did you take this dream away from John, but you took away my chance to watch him become the father he deserved to be. Even after your selfish decisions to intentionally endanger your own child, you still got the chance to bring life into this world. John will never get that, and he deserves so much better than the fate you dealt him. I'm not here to seek vengeance, but I am here to hold you accountable. Nothing that happens in or out of this courtroom will bring John and Dan back. But I needed you to hear my voice and know what your decision cost me, what it cost John and Dan and everyone who loved them. Ashley, while I carry this loss with me every single day, I hope you carry the truth of what you did for the rest of yours. May prison treat you with the same level of kindness that you have shown the people you left for dead. I ask this court to impose the maximum sentence due to the level of physical and emotional turmoil Ashley has left our family to carry. Even after the day she destroyed and ended lives, she has inflicted more anxiety and pain through her legal decisions. She has shown that her selfishness was not a one-off, but is a core part of her personality. She has shown absolutely no remorse for the pain she has caused us. She does not feel sorry for us, but she certainly does feel bad for herself. How someone remains so self-centered after causing the amount of pain to others is beyond me. But I do know that this type of person will only cause more pain to others if given the chance. Keeping her behind bars is what is best for her children, my family, and the safety of our entire society. While she begins her sentence, our family will finally be given the chance at a new chapter, one focused on healing, honoring our loved ones, and rebuilding a future in their memory. We will move forward with the strength, love, and compassion that John and Dan lived by every day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, let's pause it right there for a quick break. Up next, we're going to hear from the mother and the mother-in-law of two of the men who were killed. And the jury reaches a verdict in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial of Bianca Ellis. Her defense was not guilty by reason of insanity, but did the jury buy it? Keep it here on your front row seat to justice.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, Harmony Montgomery's father fights for a new trial after being convicted of her murder. We'll bring you the very latest from today's big hearing.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Donna Adelson wasn't a regular mother.
She's the matriarch mastermind.
She's just being a parent, not a killer.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rollins. Season finale, Saturday night at 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
before we head back to court, we're following breaking news in Ohio, where a jury has just reached a verdict in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial of Bianca Ellis.
At this time, I'll read the verdicts on all charges, and then with respect to that, I will poll each of you just to confirm that it is your decision of this verdict. So with respect to the 9 counts and the furthermore, this jury says that they duly find and impaneled as sworn jurors in this case do find the defendant, Bianca Ellis, guilty of all charges. Those guilty charges also carry with it the furthermore that she did commit the other charge as requested with a finding of all 12 of you. So with that being said, juror number 1, is this your decision?
Yes.
Juror number 2?
Yes.
Juror number 3?
Yes.
Juror number 4? Juror number 5?
Yes.
Juror number 6? Yes. Juror number 7? Juror number 8? Juror number 9? Juror number 10? Juror number 11? And juror number 12. All right, thank you.
After deliberating for just over 8 hours, Ellis was found guilty, as you heard, on all charges. She is set to be sentenced on Monday, October 27th. Last year, Ellis stabbed Julian Wood to death in the parking lot of a grocery store. He was just 3 years old. The boy's mother was also stabbed, but she survived her injuries. Ellis was caught on camera taking several butcher knives from a thrift store nearby before walking into that grocery store. Surveillance video shows Margot and Julian Wood passing Ellis with their grocery cart when Ellis then turns around and begins following the pair outside. Ellis stabbed Margot in the shoulder and then stabbed Julian twice, once in the face and in the back, fatally wounding him. Now, Ellis had pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. Her attorney claims that she was off her medicine at the time of the incident after being diagnosed at a younger age with schizophrenia. All right, I want to head back to Michigan now for the sentencing of Ashley Monroe in the drunken pregnant murder case. The mother and mother-in-law of the 2 men killed addressed the court.
Good afternoon. My name is Dee Esch, and I am the mother of Jonathan Esch and mother-in-law to Dan Harris. Mother to Jessica Harris, grandmother to Aurora, Gabe, Henry, and Ivan. Mother to David Esch, mother-in-law to Monica Fabrice, and grandmother to Daisy Esch. And I am also the mother-in-law to Erica Glatz. I am also a sister-in-law, an aunt, a great aunt to others that were involved in this crash, the crash that caused the deaths of John and Dan. Ashley, when you smashed into my son Jonathan with your car, you fractured both his lower legs, including his left ankle. Ashley, you shattered both sides of his skull, the sides and the back, which led to a brain bleed. Jonathan also had a fractured a hinge fracture, which means part of the skull broke off but was still attached at one place. So essentially it could swing back and forth like a door. This also caused a brain bleed. Ashley, you broke Jonathan's pelvis on both sides, and there was a fracture on the piece of bone that connects to both sides of the pelvis. Basically, Ashley, you broke the bone under the groin. Ashley, you caused pulmonary contusions, which is a high-impact trauma on the lungs, sort of like a concussion on the lungs. Also, Ashley, you caused many scrapes, cuts, and bruises all over John's entire body. Ashley, your selfish, irresponsible, negligent actions caused all of this that day that you decided to drink and drive. Jonathan was an amazing person. He loves his family, he loved his friends deeply, and he also loved animals. Jonathan was kind, funny, cared for others. He decided to become a firefighter paramedic when his father passed away because he wanted to help people the way we were helped the day his father died. Jonathan was only 30 years old when you killed him, Ashley. Oh, not killed him. You murdered him. Let's get that straight.
All right, I want to bring in our guest right now to discuss. Criminal defense attorney, civil rights attorney, and former prosecutor Sue Ann Robinson is with us tonight. Sue Ann, great to see you as always. Thank you so much for joining me on the program. First and foremost, as I said earlier, this is like a double tragedy because you got 5 kids on one side of belonging to the defendant who no longer have their mother. You have all this tragedy on the other side. Quick thoughts on this case.
Yeah, it's a tough situation, and we didn't go through a whole trial. She pled no contest. So in a way, the family is kind of, they're getting out their victim impact statements and they're having that opportunity to share their side. But in a way, they don't really get to hear the full story because she did plead no contest. So it's a very tough situation.
Talk to me about that nolo contendere. That's basically what she pled. Talk to me about that and why you might advise your client to do that. I mean, 2 people already have either called her a coward or basically called her decision causing more pain to the victims, which I thought was an interesting way to put it. But talk to me a little bit about that choice by the defendant.
Yeah, a no contest plea in a case like this usually is to protect against any type of civil liability because it is not going to be treated as an admission of guilt if there is a civil lawsuit filed, but it is still treated as a conviction in criminal court. So sometimes those types of situations where there's concern that there could be civil liability, that's when a criminal defense attorney will hold both sides of the bridge and say enter a no contest plea.
So it's interesting because I guess that would be an issue here, of course. I heard the defense attorney early on in the openings for this talk about that it kind of limits the defendant as well in terms of what they can say. I would imagine it's because of what you're talking about.
Right, of course, because in a case like this, there's 2 sets of justice. In the criminal court, obviously with the criminal case and her going to jail, and then obviously the family would have the ability to file a civil lawsuit, and she was in a car, so potentially there could be car insurance involved. And so a whole entire world of civil liability exists alongside the criminal liability. And so her entering no contest and keeping her comments to a minimum really kind of limit the evidence that can be used in a civil case. A lot of times we think of people pleading the fifth, right, to limit the evidence that can be used in a criminal court. The no contest plea kind of works backwards, but for a civil setting.
Yeah, and you did say she has expressed remorse but couldn't do so in court. All right, stand by, Sue. Before we get back to court, here are a few other cases that Court TV is tracking currently. In Florida, the murder trial of OnlyFans model Courtney Clenny has been delayed yet again. She is accused of stabbing her boyfriend to death in their Miami condo 3 years ago. A new hearing to reconsider bond as she awaits her new trial has been set for November 14th. Also in Florida, we got a new mugshot for the matriarch mastermind, Donna Adelson. Adelson has reportedly been transferred to Ocala, the Ocala Florida Women's Reception Center, which is about 5 hours away from Miami. Adelson's defense team had asked for her to serve time near Miami, where her husband Harvey lives. And in Virginia, a trial date has been set for January 13th for the au pair affair murder trial of Brendan Banfield. Banfield is charged in the killing of his wife and another man at the couple's home. The family's au pair was also charged in the case, but she took a plea deal. All right, we need to take that break now, folks. Up next, we're going to take you back to the sentencing hearing in the drunk and pregnant murder case of Ashley Monroe. And the defendant in the toxic relationship murder trial in Florida pleads her case to the jury and tells them why she shot and killed her boyfriend. We'll see that as well. So keep it here on Court TV. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Michael Ayala. We'll head back to court in just a moment. But first, we do want to bring you this update in the toxic relationship murder trial of Daisy Link in Florida. Today, Link took the stand, recalling what happened leading up to her fatally shooting her partner, Pedro Jimenez. She says that during a violent argument on the evening of June 24th, 2022, things escalated when he found out, that she was seeing someone else, and claims that he was also under the influence of cocaine when he charged at her. Here are highlights from her testimony on direct and cross-examination.
He told me that he was gonna lock me out of the house and that I was gonna sleep outside. When I began to walk towards him and I said, no, you're not, you're gonna leave. He said, I don't give a f***, I'm ready to die, you could kill me. And he began to run towards the house.
And what did you do when you see him running towards the house to lock you out?
I took the shot.
Were you aiming to hit him?
I initially aimed towards the floor as I lifted up the gun. I didn't expect for it to hit him. I just thought the sound was gonna scare him off.
Now, when Pedro was killed, he didn't have a knife, right?
No.
He didn't have a gun?
No.
You're the only one that was armed, right?
Yeah.
You actually had the deadly force in your hands before you killed him, right?
Yes.
And this was a man that was so dangerous and so angry and so aggressive, you, armed with a firearm, admitted to this man that you cheated on him, right?
I thought maybe that if I finally told him, it would just get it over with.
Okay. After you...
Can you speak a little louder? Sorry, I said I thought if I finally just told him that it would just get it over with and we would finally, we can move on.
You waited to call 911, right?
Yes.
You knew you shot him? Right?
Not at first.
As you walked on camera that we saw on State 16, we heard you actually say, you'll be fine. It's not like I hit a major artery. You'll be fine, right?
That's not what I said.
All right, well, the defense rested and then the state rested its rebuttal case after calling 2 law enforcement officials to refute what Link's claims were that she was coerced into talking to police. The judge denied the defense's motion for acquittal, and closing arguments are set to take place tomorrow. All right, let's get back to Michigan now for the sentencing hearing in the drunken pregnant murder case. Ashley Monroe pleaded no contest last August to 1 count of second-degree murder and 8 counts of driving while drunk and causing serious injury. Now, she faces at least 30 years in prison. Monroe crashed into a group of pedestrians last May, and she killed those 2 men on your screen. The mother and mother-in-law of those 2 men is continuing her victim impact statement. Let's head back to court.
Been married to his wife Erica for 5 months. They planned on having children. Ashley, because of you, I don't get those grandchildren. Because of you, Ashley, I don't get any more Christmases, Thanksgivings, birthdays, no more holidays, period. I miss Jonathan's smile. I miss Jonathan's laugh. I miss his hugs. I miss him stopping over for a hug. I miss the sound of his voice just saying, hi, Mama, and I love you, Mama. Because of you, Ashley, I will never hear it's a boy or it's a girl, Mama. Ashley, because of you, all I can do is dream about Jonathan. And in those dreams, all I can do is try and hug him, and every time he turns and disappears. Ashley Monroe, you are a murderer. You murdered my son, Jonathan, by your willful disregard for human life. You knew it could happen when you drove drunk, but you didn't care. You didn't even care about the life you grew inside you. You drank alcohol, put the keys in your car, and drove until you were stopped. But only after you irrevocably changed my family's life forever. Make no mistake, what you did was murder. You are a murderer. One day you will walk out of prison. My sentence only ends when I meet my son in heaven. Now I'd like to talk about Daniel Harris. When you murdered Daniel Harris, you murdered the father, a son to a father. You murdered a wife's husband. You murdered the kid's pops. You murdered a son-in-law to a mother-in-law. You murdered a brother's brother. You murdered a brother-in-law. You murdered an uncle to nieces and nephews. You murdered a nephew to aunts and uncles. You murdered a cousin of cousins, and you murdered a friend of many friends. Sorry, I forgot one thing that I need to add. When you murdered Jonathan, you murdered a mother's husband. You murdered a wife's husband. You murdered a son-in-law to a father and a mother. You murdered a sister's brother. You murdered a brother's brother. You murdered a brother-in-law's brother. You murdered an uncle to aunts and nieces, or nieces and nephews. You murdered a grandmother's grandson. You murdered a nephew to aunts and uncles. You murdered a cousin of cousins, and you murdered a friend of many friends. When you smashed your car into Dan, you fractured the bone in his lower right leg. Ashley, you broke. Did I read that she lowered? She broke both his legs. Did I read that? Ashley, I need to go back. Ashley, when you smashed your car into Jonathan, you fractured both his lower legs, including his left ankle. You fractured both sides of his skull, including the front and the back, which went to a brain bleed. Did I already read this?
I believe you did, yes.
Okay. I will go on with Dan then. I apologize.
Not a problem.
When you smashed your car into Dan, you fractured the bone in his lower right leg. Ashley, you broke 6 of Dan's ribs. Ashley, you completely broke Dan's T9 vertebrae, which is a bone in his mid-back. And with that, Ashley, you severed a major artery. Ashley, you fractured Dan's pelvis and also had multiple pelvic fractures. Ashley, you fractured Dan's skull, causing a brain bleed. Ashley, you hit Dan so hard that you separated the base of his skull from the top of his spine, which caused his brainstem to rupture. Ashley, you also caused pulmonary contusions. His lungs were bleeding. Dan also had bleeding in his chest cavity. Ashley, once again, you, with your selfish, irresponsible, negligent actions, caused all of this that day that you decided to drink and drive. Dan Harris was a warm, loving, caring, funny person. Dan was an excellent husband and friend to my daughter, Jessica, and an excellent pops to his children, Aurora, Gabe, Henry, and Ivan, and an amazing son-in-law to me. Dan was only 42 years old when you murdered him.
Some truly ugly injuries here. All right, let's pause it right there for another break from victim impact statements in the drunk and pregnant murder case. We'll have more when we return, so keep it here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Tonight, on closing arguments, Harmony Montgomery's father fights for a new trial after being convicted of her murder. We'll bring you the very latest from today's big